My name is Keith, and from the time I was about 4 years old, I was interested in being a part of the entertainment business. And I've done many things throughout that time, from singing in bands, writing music, hosting television shows, everything involved in the professional wrestling business. And I've written comic books, done a lot of things, and almost all of those things failed in some way or another. But I still kept going. I still wanted to continue to create. And there's just something in me that drives me to create. And I started thinking, well, what is it that drives anyone to create? And that's going to be the point of this podcast. We're going to talk to people from all aspects of the entertainment industry. We're going to find out what made them interested in creating art, and why, when faced with success, when faced with failure, the ups and downs of life and life in the entertainment business, they continue to create. So, and hopefully we'll have some good and interesting conversations along the way that you'll be interested in hearing. So tune in to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. Hey everybody, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host Keith, and our guest this week is an animator. He's done some really cool stuff, and we're going to talk to him about it. Mr. John Lumgair, all the way from London, England. Welcome to the show.
Here. Thank you.
I'm happy to have you. So before we get into like the real discussion, the meat and potatoes of it, you can see some of your artwork in the background for the people who are going to be watching this on video. You have a really diverse art style, like some of it's sort of traditional, and then some of it looks almost 3D. Like I noticed that when I was looking into your work that you can kind of change it up, and that's really cool. Like, when did you realize that you could do that sort of thing? You know, that you could draw, and you could draw in so many different styles and draw well.
So that's a really interesting question, because actually anybody who has any sense will advise artists to just hone one style, do that really well. You get known for that style and you'll get loads of work. And I haven't done that, and it's probably not been financially sensible. But I think, so one of the things that I've always thought with the work that I do for different clients and different people, that the story should lead the visual style of the show, or visual style of what I'm doing. And so I'd be like, oh, I think it should feel like that. And then I just start drawing and then get a feel for it and do research. And so I guess most artists can do things in lots of different styles. But most are more sensible than me.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I'm really into comic books, and I have been for a while. And George Perez was my favorite artist, and you can always tell that George Perez drew it, or you can tell like that George Perez was someone who was influenced by George Perez. And pretty much every comic artist, at least, has their own specific style. And I don't know animators as well, but I know studios have styles. Like there's definitely a Hanna-Barbera style. There's a Filmation style. Because I'm a big 80s geek, so I know all that old animation. But yeah, have you worked for different studios, or is that kind of what helped with the diversity, or?
I think I'm what some people call high on openness. So I just love art books. I love seeing things. I walk around the streets, go to galleries. I just see things. I was like, that's a cool style. Because most of the places I've worked has just been freelance. And so I've been just running my own company. And sometimes it is a necessity because a client has a particular brand look and you want to mimic that. But yeah, I think I just pick it up from my my desire to just do new things.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to ask you about that before we got into anything else, but backing it up a little bit, when did you first realize that you wanted to be an artist, that you wanted to participate in creating things?
So almost as long as I can remember, because as a child I loved drawing. As a child I loved watching TV. I really loved watching TV, and I would watch shows, particularly animated shows. I'd watch the credits. I'd go to the library. I'd want to find out who are these people? How did they make this? What was going? And so I guess it's that obsession and just loving creating things. I've got three brothers, and we would always be trying to find out ways to make stories and um yeah, have fun creative projects we'd create. So I think it's always been there.
Awesome. Awesome. So once you figured out that that was the path that you wanted to take, like that this was something that you could actually do as a career, as a possible career goal or a life goal, or that what steps did you take to get there, to get
Yeah,
started?
yeah, I I did the classic doing art at school, which is fairly that's the obvious road. I went to art school. I studied animation, and I don't now this is where I don't actually advise particularly going to study animation. I mean, do it if you like, but my experience was there was a lot of what I call kind of pseudo academic stuff, and I think what would there's now you can learn off like Disney animators online. Like
Sure.
you can learn from the best, and without spending a fortune, you can learn from brilliant people online. But I went down that route, which was the only route kind of available, I guess. And then on graduation, I started trying to get jobs, got lots of rejection, lots. You get rejection sometimes because it's like a relative of the person who was doing the job interview got the job.
Right.
Sometimes you get rejection. One job I got rejected for because they worked out because you have to work so late into the night that they would get people a cab home. They worked out where I lived would cost them more on cab journeys. Um, and then some jobs I probably didn't get because I wasn't very good. Probably a lot of jobs I didn't get because I wasn't very good or didn't fit the vibe of what they were looking for.
Right.
But eventually started getting bits of freelance work, and then a a group of us thought, well, why don't we pull together, start a company, and we can pitch for large jobs. We can do more interesting things. So that's the route we went.
Yeah, and it seems like animation houses are very interesting. Like there's a lot of camaraderie, and then at the same time, it's like you look at what the other person's drawing and you want to top that. You want to, so you kind of push each other to be better,
Yes.
and encourage each other at the same time. I mean, it seems like a really cool environment. Like I said, I'm into old school animation, so I've watched a lot of documentaries
Mm.
about different animation houses and stuff, and the way that they just all kind of will come together. Same with comic books, honestly. Like the early days of comic book publishing, they'd all sit together in a room, and draw the pictures. Um, I don't think it's really like that anymore, but
But
but that's
I think there's a more positive thing amongst I think people who enjoy drawing are slightly weird people, and I'm an exception in that I'm extroverted. Most are introverted, and most people all they want to do is just draw, and they'd rather not have to pay any bills. They'd rather not have to do anything other than just draw, and they love it because it's cool. So they see someone else doing something and they're inspired, and I think when I compare to film, which our company does film and animation, the
sure.
film guys are a lot more zero sum game, a lot more competitive in a way, where I think they're just, I've 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 met a lot of animators, and very few of them aren't really nice people.
Right, right, sure. My son is really into drawing. He's 9, and
Mm.
he's gotten really, really good. So the other day we were at a used bookstore, and they had drawing comics the Marvel way for three
Oh yeah,
dollars.
yeah.
So I bought it for him, and I'm just like, buddy, even if you don't want to do this right now, this will help you later. Like, just look at it, at some point. And he flipped through it real quick and was like, "Oh, this is easy. I can do all of this." And I was like, "Well, then go do
Do
it."
it then.
You know? Yeah. It's just cool, like how that spark, like you were saying, can just be there from the beginning. Because I mean, he's drawn for as long as I can remember. When he was 2, he drew a bird on a wall in our apartment, and I said, What is that?" And he goes, "It's a bird," and it was very clearly a bird. I just wanted to make sure he didn't do it by accident. But yeah, he drew a
That's so
bird on the
cool.
wall when he was 2. Yeah, it's very awesome. And I'm not one of those parents who's like, "Oh, don't draw on the wall." Like, I'll clean it up. Draw on the wall if you have to, if that's what. Yeah. So that's kind of, yeah. Um, so do you also do you write uh the movies, the animation that you do as well, or are you strictly an artist? Like,
No, I do some writing. So the bulk of our work is for clients that pay us, and usually they send us a bad script and we'll turn it into a better script, and it's a bit collaborative. I work with my brother, and he's written 9 feature films, and he's pushing them out in different directions. Where yeah, I've got stuff that I've written that's just mine. I mean, there's a project that I'm working on called Jazz Cow, and I've written it, but then I've had others write lots of different things, and now I've got a writer on board who's a writer and doesn't
sure.
do silly pictures too. So um, I wouldn't comfortably describe myself as a writer, but I do a lot of writing.
Okay. So, is it more ideas and concepts, or are you like, do you come up with the dialogue and all that kind of good stuff too, or how does that work for you?
So more ideas and concepts. I do some dialogue. I don't. It's hard to know how good you are at a lot of these things, but I don't feel I'm brilliant at a lot of that. Although a lot of the client stuff that comes through, I'm more like put a red line through loads of stuff and then just a few words kind of thing to tighten it up. Usually people are just
Sure.
too long-winded.
Sure. So what do you remember what your first job was, as far as your first commercial job that you actually,
Hmm.
turned into?
So the first, now I think I must have done something at university on the side with my housemates, but I can't remember specific on that. But I bet I did. But the
Yeah.
first I did after I graduated was it was more live action, and we had this guy I met, and he was a bit of a kind of hippie guy, and he was just like, "I've got this money from the European Union, and we're going to do this film about young people and giving them opportunities." And he was paying me like pittance to do this, but I'm like, I need work. Yeah, I'll do this. So
Right.
shoot a film, shoot a friend, like uh, doing stuff, and then did some various effects on it, and did the thing, and then trying to get paid at the end of the day was a nightmare. And then trying to meet the guy, and he was just like, he on the phone he used to always say, "Cool, cool, wicked, wicked, yeah, yeah." And it was, so I just called him the cool, cool, wicked, wicked, yeah, yeah, man, because that's what
Right.
he would say in every. And then eventually, the way I got the money was I traveled to another part of London, and it was this room that was just full of smoke,
Ah,
of marijuana, and
yeah.
all these guys just laying on the floor, and it was all a bit weird. And then he said, because he said, "I'll meet me here," and I was walking this, but I thought the police are going to bust this. This is not good. And then this guy comes up to me and goes, "You see that guy there? He's the original Maharaja." And I was like, "Okay." And I found the guy, and he's like, and he then said, "Look, jump in my car. I'll drive you to the place and we'll get the money." And I was just like, "Oh man, is he high? What's going on here?" Anyway,
Right.
I did it. Went in the car, and he and then he did just give me the money, and it was all fine. But I was just like, "This is so
All's,
dodgy."
all's well that ends well, I guess, right?
And I look back, and it was like, no, the money was so low. It was just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah. So I actually something just popped into my head, and I actually want to ask you about it now. So being in England, in America, there was when I was growing up anyway, there was some British cartoons that came over,
Mm,
and two of them that I remember still to this day and love, and have actually rewatched as an adult were Banana Man and Danger Mouse, and
yes.
they were legitimately two of the greatest cartoons in the history of animation, as far as I'm concerned. Um, what sort of stuff did you see growing up that influenced you?
Well, I love Danger Mouse,
Yeah,
and Danger Mouse, particularly its humor. It's genuinely funny.
yeah,
It's really, really, and
yeah.
I guess I've been influenced because it's actually not that high budget either. They cut corners, but they did it so well.
Yeah.
Um, so, and I love Banana Man, but I just don't think it's at the level of Danger Mouse. I
Sure, and
watched,
the cartoons were shorter too, so he didn't get as much time to, you know.
yeah,
But
um, but yeah, British cartoons. Um, do you know? I don't even know what half the stuff was British or not. I know that Super
oh,
Ted
okay.
was because I was on a
Oh,
podcast and it was talking about.
I love
mm,
Super Ted.
What's
I
that?
didn't realize. I love Super Ted. I didn't realize Super Ted was British. I love Super
Yeah,
Ted.
it's from Wales.
Oh, awesome.
And but you wouldn't know from the soundtrack. And I was on
Right,
this
sure.
show talking about the soundtrack, so I was like, oh yeah, this is actually a Welsh show, which kind of blew my mind because the soundtrack
Right.
really isn't Welsh. Um, but I'm just trying to think. Yeah, most of the time I didn't know what was British or what was not.
Sure.
Um, yeah, I mean, I was thinking quite a lot about a French Japanese co-production called Mysterious Cities of Gold
Okay. Okay.
um, recently, and I realized that I rewatched it in lockdown. I realized it subconsciously influenced me a lot more than I could imagine because so many of the scenes were vivid in my mind,
Yeah.
and yeah, I think it influenced me more until re-seen it. I didn't realize what an influence it had had on me.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's funny about Super Ted. See that was the kind of thing I guess that I was looking for because uh, I loved Super Ted. I had no idea that it came from England. So that's very cool.
Mm.
Um, so once you got through that first job, I guess, um, what would you say was your first? Have you had any like regular gigs, or has it all just been kind of one-offs and things like that?
Mainly one-offs. We've had some regular
Okay,
gigs that were we. I mean, our version of a regular gig is usually we work for a client, we do something for them, and then a year later they come to us and say that was really good. Can you do something else? And
sure.
then 3 years later they come back to us. Um, we have had some clients that have been regular gigs, but not for that long.
Okay,
Um, yeah, just small things. Um,
okay. So
it'd be good though.
sure, yeah. So is Jazz Cow, is that going to be a series or is that just is it a movie? Like what exactly is Jazz Cow?
Yeah, so Jazz Cow, we want to be an animated series in the kind of in the space where The Simpsons is. Um, that's that's our aspiration. But at the moment, I'm trying to kickstart the pilot episode because
Gotcha.
um can't afford to make anything. Well, can't even afford to make the pilot, which is why I'm trying to get the money for it. But yeah, um, and then because we were going to the traditional way with animation is you pitch it to a
Mm,
studio, whatever, and then you or a streaming service broadcaster, and then you get the money, you make it. But what we found is a guy took it around streaming services, and they're saying they're only taking stuff that's on based on books or games, and so we th- we said, well, what do we do now? He said, you could write a book. I was like, okay. Um, but then it then he said, well, why don't you try to get money to make a pilot? And I was like, that's crazy. And I'm now doing it.
Yeah. But then you decided to do it, or
Yeah.
yeah, right on. Dang. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Like if you did any kind of like graphic novels or anything like that, or is it strictly animation projects?
So there is a graphic novel that I've written the story for, done some of the character designs, mapped out pretty much every scene, and it's sat on a hard drive, and I've been too busy to do anything with it. But my hope is when things settle down to do that, just because I'd love to work on something where I'm not having to get finance from anyone. I'm not having to call anyone up to ask them to do anything. I'm not having to chase anyone. I can just sit there, draw, and I've got no one to rely on. That
Sure.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I mean the way that the internet is now, basically, like in the back in the day, if you were an independent artist, you kind of had to get in with Diamond or a big distributor in order
Mm,
for anybody to see your books. But now, you can get on Kickstarter and literally get hundreds of thousands of people, possibly, potentially, to to buy your book, and you can just distribute it on your own. Um,
yeah, and
there's,
yeah, I was going to
uh,
say that
yeah,
I've supported a few Kickstarters that have been
yeah,
like
me
that,
too.
and
Yeah,
it's great. You feel part of it.
absolutely. Yeah, it's and the thing is too, like mainstream comics. I mean, I'll always love them. I'll always have a place for Fantastic Four and Batman. I mean, just they're there. But I haven't read mainstream comics in forever. But supporting these quirky, like, independent comics, it's just fun,
Mm,
and most of the time you end up with something really cool to read. So you know, um,
yeah, yeah, I love it.
yeah, for sure. So you're gonna launch a Kickstarter for Jazz Cow, or what are the plans for that?
Yeah, so on the 25th of September, we're
Okay.
launching our Kickstarter, and it's nerve-wracking because we're getting very close to that date, and
Yeah,
we've got no idea if anyone will support us.
right, right,
But you've got to try
right.
these things. And I
Yeah,
have positive meeting, positive meeting, positive meeting that leads to lots of work to do. And then you email people and they don't get back to your emails, and you're like, oh, what's going on there? And yeah,
yeah, yeah. I think one of the hardest things when you're doing a series or a movie, like something that you can't necessarily hold in your hand, is the perks.
mm,
Um, I have a friend who's an independent filmmaker, and a lot of his perks are you get a credit in the movie, which is cool for a lot of people, but then how much can someone actually give you for that,
yeah.
I mean, but then he'll also do like souvenirs, and with animation you don't even really have that option. Like you can't give a set souvenir because
But
there's
we can
yeah,
do,
that's
so what I'm doing an art of book, I'm
yeah.
doing an album, which is the thing that's
Oh, cool.
giving me most excitement and most stress at the moment.
Yeah.
Um, it's gonna do you get to see the film and here's all the behind the scenes little films and clips thing. But people do toys. I am thinking of doing, but releasing that later in the campaign, a toy or something, because that could be fun, but
Yeah.
it's slightly outside of my area of expertise. And I just thought I cannot start with, I need to get the thing rolling and be confident with the things I've got rather than jump into too many things I don't know anything about.
Right. Sure, sure. Yeah, that was going to be the next part of my question, was what actually are you guys considering for perks? So, um have you
But I
thought
want to give
about
a sketchbook actually. One of the things
Oh, sure.
is because yeah, I will have filled it by the end, so it'll be
That's cool.
completely unique.
That's really cool. Have you thought about maybe 3D printing? Cuz
Yes, I I've got a friend that does it, and I tried to meet him, and I think he went to a funeral that day or something. and I want to see the quality and do some tests.
Sure.
Because if I can do some really nice tests and they work, then I could add them. But
Right.
I haven't got time to do that before we launch. But yeah, I've been wondering we could do that midway, and it'd be a nice
Yeah,
nice
because
thing.
I've actually seen some 3D printed stuff of like castles and dragons and stuff like that are really, really cool, honestly. Like,
Yeah,
and I can see that being a nice collectible.
I
Um,
saw I saw some amazing things at a Comic-Con that I
sure.
visited, and they were 3D printed, but they looked outstanding.
Right.
Um,
Right. So, with the name Jazz Cow, I'm gonna assume there's some sort of a music tie-in. Is that
that's true. So
okay?
he plays jazz, and he's
Right.
the only animal within this world. And so Jazz Cow and the band um, are the core of the resistance movement to algorithms. So it's we're working really hard on a great jazz soundtrack, and we're getting some brilliant people on board. But ultimately, the show is um, about man versus machine in a way.
Oh,
It's it's the algorithm is the enemy, and so I was saying that you don't have to love offices or working in an office to love the office, but it
right.
has to be credibly an office. And you go through any sitcom, you don't
Yeah.
need to know anything about nuclear power or to enjoy The Simpsons.
Right.
But
Sure.
in Jazz Cow, we want the jazz to be really, really good, and so we've got some great musicians on board. Um, so yeah, that's exciting because I don't know if you're aware, in the UK, the
Yeah.
jazz scene is kind of exploding at the moment,
Oh,
and
awesome! I did not know that.
yeah, it's amazing. It's kind of come. It hasn't come out of nowhere, but it feels like it's come out of nowhere because you've got um bands that are getting they're just gone mainstream. And I was at a jazz festival and it was just packed. You just couldn't get anywhere, like near the stage, which was kind of annoying because I wanted to take photographs of some of the musicians we were working with.
Sure. Sure.
um but yeah, so there's it's quite nice to be able to tap into that. And tonight I'm going to see one of the musicians live. um so
That's
that's
awesome.
cool.
Yeah, I've actually I've been to a lot of concerts. I've the only jazz guy who I've ever seen live was a piano guy named Johnny Russo, and he's incredible, honestly. Like I love watching him play and sing and stuff. But and I love listening to like older jazz. I'm a big fan of like vocal jazz, like Billie Holiday, obviously,
Hmm.
and things like that. But I also like Menisky, Martin, and Wood, and things like that. It's I just thought about something that's kind of odd. It's not jazz, but I was listening to IQ before the interview. Um,
Hmm.
People in America don't know who IQ is. I stumbled on their stuff at a used CD place. I got like 6 of their CDs, and it's really good. I mean,
Hmm.
if you like progressive rock with kind of a jazz influence, I mean, I really like
Yeah,
them.
I mean, there's all the progressive stuff has a big jazz influence. I
Yeah,
think it
absolutely.
can't
Yeah,
fail
for
to.
sure. Yeah, it's
That's really
definitely a
cool.
big part of it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't plan it. I just was like, oh, I'm gonna listen to some IQ while I'm laying down, and then because I don't understand time zones, I ended
No,
up.
it's all the time zones stuff was totally and utterly my fault.
Uh,
I just I put things in the diary wrong.
yeah,
I don't.
well, I can't remember if I specified either. So I always assume that like people will know that I'm in the United States, and
No,
they'll just
you did
know.
specify. You were good. You
Oh,
specified
I did
Eastern Standard
specify.
Time.
All
Yeah,
right. Well, hey,
and I it was completely and utterly me. Um,
okay. I
because I
felt
put
so
I
bad,
No,
but
no, don't feel bad. It
all
was
right, cool.
completely and utterly my mistake,
Ah,
and
no
it's
worries.
because I typed it into my calendar and I didn't
Yeah,
adjust the time.
right, right.
Not
Yeah,
enough sleep. That's the problem.
oh, yeah, me too. I work an overnight shift, which is why we usually do it later in the afternoon. but here we are at 11 in the morning my time. So, um,
Nice.
yeah. But um, what else did I want to ask you? Oh yeah, so has there been any other like pet project type things, like things that you've been really proud of? Obviously, Jazz Cow is kind of what you're getting behind right
Mm.
now, and I mean, it seems like something that you have a passion for. But has there been any other projects that you've worked on that really spoke to you?
Um, I mean, there's been quite a few projects that I've loved doing, but this is very much the big one. I've
Yeah,
got a book of all sorts of ideas that I want to make that are kind of passion projects that don't exist in the real world in any shape or form. They are literally just in a book that I could do. Um, so yeah, most of the stuff I do is just for clients. So it's
yeah,
but some of it is just like, yeah, you do it to pay the rent. But some of it I really enjoy. Um, we did for a publisher, we did a clip from one of their kids' Bible, and
hmm,
that was really fun to work on because the character, it was just breathing life into the characters, and we had a really good voiceover, and it was just nice to tell that little story. And I was like, oh yeah, this would be a great client to do the whole Bible. And they went with some,
right.
they did it internally and they messed it up, but that's um I was quite
Wow.
proud of the job we did. I think we did a really good job, and it was a really good team.
Okay. So what is it like then? I guess going from working for clients to doing this project was essentially your baby. I mean, this is your thing. So how does that feel like moving into that transition?
Well, it's funny because I'm still doing work for clients. In fact, there's two emails that I've received today that I need to reply to that I will do because
Okay.
I'm a good person. Um,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to keep that rolling because this isn't paying any of my rent until we've got any success.
Yeah.
But I love the idea that if I could be in a position where I'm paid just to do what I want, that would be amazing. I'd really enjoy that.
Sure. Sure. So what are your plans as far as platforms and stuff? Are you gonna uh once you get the financing, because I'm gonna speak it that you are going to get the financing and this is gonna
Thank you.
happen. So you're welcome. So once you get the financing, do you plan to maybe try to pitch it to like Tubi and some of the streaming channels and things like that? Or
Yeah, so
yeah,
what
what's your idea?
the guy that went and pitched it before, I'll I'll see if he is, I'm sure he is willing to have another go with, because
Yeah,
he said, yeah, if you get a pilot, we can we can pitch that. I'm also going to do animation festivals. I'll be in a position to knock on more doors, so I think I'm just going to be quite bold and just contact people and say, look, we've got this. Can I have a
awesome.
meeting? And just see where it goes. But I see it. I see it in my head becoming a series on a streaming service.
Sure, sure. I mean, honestly, there's so many streaming services now that support independent filmmakers. Like that's their whole concept.
Mm,
I know from my friend who makes independent movies, independent films. He got his films. Um, even Amazon has some stuff that's dedicated to getting independent films put on their streaming service. So it's out there. You know what I mean? You can definitely if it's quality, you can definitely
yeah,
get it seen. So that's
yeah.
that's kind of the exciting thing about streaming and about this whole new world that we have. Um,
And I
it's
think
it's
it's going to get more interesting because
yeah,
all these companies are in a lot of financial trouble.
right,
And I think they've gone crazy in doing these multi-million pound productions as their kind of,
right, right.
and I think the future is going to be more small, not tiny, but smaller productions.
Yeah,
Um, but I might be wrong.
Well, we just had a guy on who was one of the executive producers of The Wrestler, and he was saying, he would rather see a small independent film where he actually feels something, like something that
Mm,
actually connects with him. Um, a lot of these, and I mean, I like blockbusters as much as the next person, I suppose. Um, but I'm kind of like that. Like I like quiet movies sometimes. I like to watch something that I feel like someone actually put some thought into and put some heart into. You don't always feel like that when you're watching like the latest release from Warner Brothers Studios.
yeah,
It's just yeah. So
and I
oh,
think it's risk. One of those films is risky, but if you think a lot of them,
yeah,
your risk goes down
right,
ultimately. Um,
exactly.
and that you do one of those big tentpole movies and it fails, you've just
Mhm.
thrown all that money away. So
Right, right. I mean, if you think about it, like a studio back in the '80s, like New Line, which wasn't they were an independent studio, and then they hit on Nightmare on Elm Street, or
mm,
whatever. It blew up and became. I mean, from my understanding, they're still sort of an independent studio, but they became like the biggest independent studio, and that kind of thing can happen, and they don't, you don't put whereas like the latest Avengers movie or whatever, if it's not $1 billion movie, it's over. It failed and they have to reboot.
yeah,
It's yeah. So
yeah, they're
yeah,
risking so much, and
yeah,
their
for sure.
strategy is nobody in the world can create something like this apart from us.
Yeah,
Therefore, we can compete and win against the whole world. But I think people get tired. This is Aristotle talked about how in storytelling, the the one the kind of I can't remember the word used, but it's effectively special effects.
yeah,
Marvel, I think it was. No, it wasn't Marvel. Anyway, the big
yeah,
showy thing.
yeah.
It's the weakest element of storytelling, and that's what
Right.
they've doubled down on.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, so when I watch movies, one of my kind of grades, movies, TV shows, animation, anything, honestly, um, of whether or not it's good is if it elicits an emotion from me.
Yes.
Um, like if it makes me laugh out loud, or if it makes me cry, or if it makes me sympathize. Um,
Yeah.
and with those giant blockbuster movies, it's hard sometimes. It's hard to get that human connection. So I don't know. I enjoy independent films as long as they're well done because I think that there's more care put into them sometimes.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, there's obviously a lot more bad independent films because
Oh, of
there's more
course.
made.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. And you want that human connection. You want to be
Yeah.
moved. Why else
Yeah.
are you going to the cinema?
Right. 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 Well, some people go because they want to see cars drive fast and things blow up. But I
But
mean,
that
there's that crowd. But but
that's wears thin, right?
yeah,
It's
I
fine
would
for a
think
bit, but
so. Yeah, I would think so. I just remember like when people were going crazy over the Fast and the Furious movies when they first came out, and I couldn't watch them. Um, but then Gone in 60 Seconds, Nicolas Cage and Angelina Jolie, like it's a similar kind of a movie, but their relationship in the movie anchors it. I mean, and it was
yeah,
actually a pretty good movie in my opinion. Like I remember they came out around the same time, and there was a lot more hype for Fast and the Furious, but I actually enjoyed Gone in 60 Seconds and wish that had become a franchise. You know?
I've not actually seen that, but yeah,
Okay.
I think but it the yeah, I agree with your point.
Yeah. Um, so I guess getting back to uh to your stuff here. What exactly are the plot points of Jazz Cow? I mean, you kind of talked about him being in a jazz band and the battle against the algorithm, but I mean, can you sort of embellish the
Right.
story a little bit?
Yeah, yeah. So Jazz Cow, he's if you think of him as like a Humphrey Bogart kind of character, he he lives in this kind of a bit like Vichy France. It's this kind of space that's semi-autonomous, and you've got the world of Pop World, which is trying to rule them. And him and they just want to play jazz and live a life and eat slow food and play chess and just hang out as friends. And that's just not an option because you've got this opposing world of Pop World, which is trying to make everything cheaper, cleaner, more efficient, all of this stuff. And you've got your thumbprint, and that can do everything. That's the world that they're being offered, but they would rather an inconvenient mess of a world where they can just do their thing. And so that's the setup. And our pilot is about Jazz Cow saxophone gets stolen, and it gets put in a top safe deposit box, which is uncrackable, using the latest technology. But they do a heist to get back the saxophone. So
That sounds so much fun. Like,
hopefully.
honestly, it sounds so much fun. Cool. Yeah, I love heists. I love mysteries, so that's awesome. And I'm also into the whole idea of technological overlords and trying to navigate that. So
Yeah, because
that's
they've all
awesome.
got us addicted, and I think that's the thing that when we're all bent over on our phones, just
Sure.
there's
Sure.
something just dehumanizing about what it's done to us. And
Yeah.
so he's a cow teaching us to be human in a way.
That's awesome though. Yeah. I mean, you know what's funny? Like, I'm 50 years old and my phone is in my hand constantly. Like, I
Yeah,
pretty much never let it go. And like they say Gen X, because like we're more adaptive to technology than people a little bit older than us, because we were kind of there for all of it, like as it was getting introduced.
yeah.
Um, and that makes perfect sense to me. Like, I have basically been conditioned to embrace technology my entire life, like, hey, we've got records. No, now we have, well, 8 tracks first, honestly. And then, records, and then we have cassettes, and then we have CDs, and now we have streaming, and it's right there. You can just get it whenever you want. And it's just
Mm.
yeah, all of that has gone on my entire existence. Like, you like watching movies at the movie theater? How about HBO and video cassettes where you can watch it right at your house?
Yeah.
So I've been taught that technology is comfort, and I think about that sometimes. Um,
Well,
how I'm a little disconnected because of it, but
I think what it's done is it's like the frog in boiling water analogy, that I'm a bit younger, but not a huge amount younger, and
yeah,
I'm kind of on the same. And technology was making stuff better, and then it got to a point where it stopped making stuff better.
right,
Like, do you remember every time you get a software upgrade, you were like, "Oh wow, this is great! It's got this new feature." And
yeah,
now you're like, every time you're going to do a software upgrade, you're like, "Is this going to be better or is this going to be worse?"
right. Like, I'm always worried now that when there's an update, it's going to crash my phone.
Yeah,
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 I'll always.
and all these things, and then they keep adding stuff in terms and conditions, like now you agree that your all your conversations can be used and
Right,
harvested, and then
right.
used to sell you advertising and tip off the government if you're saying something that we don't
Yeah,
like, or whatever. And
yeah,
all of that, it never used to be like that. All the upgrades, you may think, oh yeah, cassette tape wasn't a great advance on records and things like that, but there was generally a kind of trajectory of
yeah. I mean, it was
things
portable.
being,
I think that was the
yeah,
big thing, was going to cassettes. You could put them in your car, and I mean, 8 tracks played in your car, but 8 tracks, you had to listen to them all the way through before you could listen to the other side. So it's kind of ridiculous, but cassette tapes were, I remember like being excited about,
yeah,
being able to get a Walkman and a boombox and have a cassette tape, like, it
because that's
was a big
it is
deal.
the portability. Um,
Yeah.
but all these things, they were giving you something more, and I feel like in the last 10 years, technology has come along and it's just started taking stuff away.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, legitimately, is music on streaming better? I mean, it's cool that you get to listen to whatever you want. I mean, like I was listening to IQ this morning just because I happen to feel like listening to them. That
Mm.
is probably not something, and I could listen to 7 hours of IQ if I felt like it. Um, but it's coming out of this little tiny speaker,
Yeah.
It doesn't have the full sound that it would if I was playing it on a stereo, I mean, it's just
Well, I walk around with my big headphones because of that,
awesome. Sure.
um, and not these little things that people put in their ears,
Yeah.
because you get better sound. Also,
Yeah.
I have the wrong shaped ears anyway.
Yeah. My ears are kind of crazy shaped as well. So it's genetics. You can't fight them,
You can't.
unfortunately.
Yeah, one of my brothers says, "Oh, I've got the same problem as you," and
Yeah.
but then he was talking about some earpod things, and he say these actually work with my ears.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. With me, like the over the ear kind, um, don't work for me because I mean, I'll show you. Like I have pretty large ears that are like kind of disconnected from my head, like they protrude off my head. So if I have something that's meant for people with regular size ears, they just pop right off. Like they don't fit. So it's, I didn't know the podcast was going to go in this direction, but hey,
Who knows? Who
yeah,
knows
you
where
never
anything
know
could go?
once you get started, right? Um, so what, given like, it honestly sounds like you've had a, a relatively smooth, I mean, you're not making millions of dollars, but it sounds like you're getting pretty good work and you work with your friends and your brother. But has there been any challenges like where you kind of felt like maybe I shouldn't be doing this, maybe I should go get a job at a bank or something? I mean,
Yeah, yeah, a
okay,
lot.
okay,
So when we launched the company, we did two jobs back to back, and they came in really easily, and we thought we're good at this. And then we're like, how do we get more work? And nothing came. And we struggled for years just trying to get work from anything and everything, doing weird jobs. And over time, people have seen our work and said, who did that for you? And we've slowly grown. But we'd never feel like we're out of the woods. We still feel like we're always struggling. And then um COVID came, and COVID
right,
was everything just went dead, and that was quite scary. And then when things opened up, we were so busy, it was incredible, and then it just stopped, and we didn't have anything for ages.
yeah,
And at that point, I was like, "How are we going to survive? This is ridiculously tough." And then we had two or three, four jobs back to back just at the end of that year. And had we not had that, I don't know how we were going to get through
right,
it. So
yeah,
it's funny how everything always comes at the same time.
yeah, for sure, definitely. I would have thought like working in animation that there might have been a call for work during COVID because people needed
Yeah,
entertainment. We were all stuck at our houses, so
yeah, we were hoping that. I think
it just
what
didn't work out
happened
that
is
way.
not for us. I
Okay.
think people were nervous to just spend any money because they didn't know what was going to
Mhm.
happen.
Sure,
Um,
sure.
but I'm sure for some animators it worked out really well. They're probably smarter than me and able to
Hmm.
use the opportunity better to their advantage.
Sure.
I I stood by the window looking like a sad dog,
Oh,
and then I
man.
kept doing things to try to get work,
Uh,
and then it wouldn't work. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna go. It's opened up. I'm gonna go to this event. I'm gonna network there. I'm gonna put, and then they would lock down again, and it wouldn't happen.
right. Yeah, because there were a few false starts for sure. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I was just not the I was not the smartest person to handle it. I know some people
right,
managed to pivot and do really well out of it, and
right.
I was not one of them.
Yeah,
Um,
I went and got a job in a factory, which wasn't ideal, but paid well, and they were not going to shut it down, because they
that's good.
needed, it was an air condition, well, an air compressor plant. So I mean, they needed refrigeration,
Mm.
for everything they were doing. So I mean, it was like
Yeah,
it
you
was a
can't.
good gig to pick up, for that time. But yeah,
Yeah.
definitely wasn't. I wasn't like woo dream job, but yeah,
Yes.
that,
Sometimes though, yeah, yeah. During this period, I've done all sorts of little temping jobs here and there,
sure,
and it's funny. None of those jobs, when you're doing those jobs, you're desperate to get home to work on other stuff.
right,
But you're like, wow, I'm getting paid. I get paid to just turn up, do my hours, go home. That's
right,
cool.
yeah, yeah. Because with a job like that, I mean, you can kind of turn off. Like once you learn it, it can just become automatic, and
Yeah.
a factory job at the very least. You know what I mean? It's not. Uh, it's the same thing every day. Taking this part off, putting this part on. It's not really. but
Yeah.
yeah. It's funny when you were talking about looking out the window like a sad dog, staring out the window like a sad dog. It reminded me of the video for Mad World by Tears for Fears.
Mm.
Because there's someone looking out the window. It's raining, and yeah, it's just made me think of that. Like,
Although it was really sunny, but the government
oh
only allowed
yeah,
us out for 1 hour a day. And
oh
my
man,
wife was like, go out for a second hour. And the
yeah. I
thing is,
mean,
I couldn't work very well because we were in a studio flat, and
okay,
she was working and doing social housing, and that was a nightmare because they weren't allowed anybody to sleep on the streets, and
right,
it was really difficult with all the homeless people that didn't actually want to. All these things were happening, and
yeah,
she was on the phone constantly, and I can't work when someone is on the phone in the same room as me. And
right,
so my productivity dropped to zero as well.
yeah. So you couldn't even just sketch some things or whatever, like because
Yeah, it was such an
man,
unproductive time.
that's man. Well, you got through it, so
Yeah, and I really don't have it bad.
yeah,
Like so many people had it really, really bad, and
right.
I didn't. So I don't want to be too negative about my experience when I compare to most people's.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately though, it was a hard time for everyone. Even if you were doing well, quote unquote, it still wasn't a great time.
Yeah.
Um, so what is it that keeps you creating and keeps you drawing and keeps you putting
Yeah,
stuff out into the world? Like what is it that you think drives you to do that?
I knew you were going to ask me this,
Yeah,
because this is the core question, and
right.
I don't think that I have a choice. I think, like a drug addict or an alcoholic, the first thing they do is they wake up and they want to have a drink or whatever. And when I've been doing normal jobs and I've got a bit more money in my pocket and life is easier, I'm spending my whole time thinking, I want to work on this.
Mhm.
It's like a nagging draw that you can't really ignore, or if you try to ignore, you get more and more frustrated. And so I think it's like an addiction.
Ah,
I don't
sure.
think it's negative. Well, it
Right.
is, as in it uses up you end up with no money and struggling in life,
Yeah.
but it creates good things in the world. But I
Yeah.
think it probably uses a similar mechanism in the brain. I don't know, but it's definitely that drive that I have no choice about. It's what I do with that, and I can use it productively or
Yeah.
yeah.
Right on, man. Um, well, I'm glad that you're doing it because I enjoy animation, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you come out with here with Jazz Cow and whatever else you've got cooking. So before we hop off here, I just let people know where they can find you on social media, where they can hire you for jobs if they want to, how to
Yeah.
support Jazz Cow, anything like that.
So for Jazz Cow, jazzcow.co.uk, and you can sign up to the mailing list. and there's a link that goes through to the Kickstarter landing page thing. If you're watching this after the Kickstarter launches, it should just forward there automatically. For social media, search for my name, John Lumgair, Lumgair, or Quirky Motion, QUIRKYMOTION. And my website's quirkymotion.com. So send a message if you want to get in touch, and I will get back to you, as long as it doesn't end up in spam or something and I don't know about it.
Yeah, technology once again.
But if you try one way and it doesn't work, then try another way, and
Sure.
hopefully that would work. I don't see why it wouldn't, but
You never know, though. Yeah.
I was looking at contracts today, so and so then I was realizing, oh, they always put clauses in for things things like that.
Right. All right. Well, John, thank you. This has been fun. This conversation went in a lot of different places, and I hopefully it'll entertain some people and get some people some information about you. And I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, I want to thank my guest, John Lumgair. Please check him out. I want to thank my producer, Tyler Martin, and ME Studios. He's the guy who's going to make all this look and sound good once we're done and I ship it over to him. And I want to thank everybody who's listening. We are growing. I'm pretty happy with how things are going on Spotify for us, and hopefully we can just keep on getting more listeners. And along those lines, please tune in next week for another episode of the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. Hey, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. And this week we are joined by a man who is a musician, a filmmaker, a documentarian, an athlete. I'm sure he's got some other hats that he wears that we'll talk about. Mr. Garrett Sagal.
How are you guys?
I'm doing great, man.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Before we get into this, I want to talk a little bit about how I came across you, because it's an interesting story, sort of. There was a band called Shackleford Brown. They were like a southern rock band out of Texas.
Okay.
And I heard about them on YouTube, and I really enjoyed their music.
Okay.
So I went on Discogs to see if I could get a CD, and there was someone who had one for sale. Okay. And he just happened to send along one of your CDs as well as like a bonus. He's like, well, if you're into Texas independent music, you might like this too.
Yeah.
And man, I really liked it. It was really cool. Pop punk, like your vocals were really, really good on it.
Thanks.
There's a song where you're kind of making a statement about the music industry that, as someone who's been involved in entertainment, that resonated with me personally.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, but yeah, man,
that's bizarre. They have to. Yeah. That's funny, because at this point they have to give my shit away for people to listen to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least if they're going to hear it in Indiana,
hey, that's fine. It's all good.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah,
so funny.
I really, really enjoyed the music, and I was like, I'm going to see if I can find this guy.
Man, I appreciate that very much. That's cool.
No problem, man. So, let's start out with music. Was that basically your entryway into creativity, or?
Yeah, well, yeah. So before that, I was an athlete kind of my whole life. I grew up playing soccer, and went to college on a scholarship and played pro for a couple of years, and then I got hurt. I got injured, and had surgery on my knee, and then I was like, what? I was like, I don't know what to do with my life at this point. The guitar had been kind of getting passed around my college buddies, and an acoustic guitar, and I really took to guitar. Like I taught myself how to play, and when I was recovering from knee surgery, I was like, I just want to start to write songs and see if I can do this. And I always loved music, like since I was a little kid, but had never attempted to sing or try to write anything that resembled any kind of cohesive lyrics at all. But yeah, and then I just was like, this is cool. I fell in love with it. My career was cut short athletically. I never really recovered from the surgery or from the knee problem. And then I just started to put together some bands. I had a lot of poetry kind of in some notebooks all over the apartment at the time. And I was like, these could be cool songs. And just started to pick another career that could make me even less money than athletics.
Yeah. If you were a soccer player like in Argentina or something, you'd be rich.
Well,
like even
listen,
just to play for a couple of years.
Yeah, well, back in the day, like when I was doing this, like there were really no Americans that were playing in Europe except for my brother and I. So we went over there, but there was no money in it back then, like it is now.
Right.
So it was great experience. I got to learn a couple languages and live in Europe and meet girls and the whole thing, and it was cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. Now my kid plays and he's super serious and
Awesome.
But yeah.
Yeah, that is one of the things about art. Like, even if you're not what you would consider like super successful on a worldwide level, you can still travel through it.
Totally.
Whether you're an athlete or a musician, you get a lot of opportunities to see the world. So that's really cool.
Yeah, that stuff. I mean, listen, I don't know you, or
Sure.
I can tell that you're one of my peeps, so I get that vibe. But like you and I both know, dude, like in the end, like we're just left with these experiences anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're just photos and snapshots of experiences in life. And for me, and I think probably for you too, like you probably resonates with this. It's like that's the important stuff. You know what I mean? It's like
Absolutely.
the financial end of this thing. It would be great, and but in the end, it's like it's just about what these portraits that you're taking, in your head, and so that's what really we're left with. So
yeah, I mean, I've written probably 300 songs.
Okay,
and
cool.
People come to me. Sometimes I think my lyrics are better than what I hear on the radio. I mean, it's just how I feel.
Yeah.
And people come to me and they're like, "Why don't you try giving your songs to other people?"
Right.
And I'm not saying I wouldn't do that, but they're like, you could make some money as a songwriter.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not really about making money as a songwriter. It's about creating these songs and making this music. And even at 50, it's something that I still want to do. I mean, it just it never stops.
Yeah, man, that's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that you were a songwriter, and that's cool. So,
I've kind of been all over the place with the creative stuff.
Why are you doing this now? Like, what is this about?
Okay. Yeah. So basically, I have been in bands. I've written songs. I've been a professional wrestling promoter. I've actually done a bunch of stuff in pro wrestling.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yeah. I've hosted TV shows.
Okay.
I attempted to write a comic book back in the 90s that I never actually finished.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, if you look at my career, if you will, I've probably been more unsuccessful than I have successful through the eyes of the world.
Sure.
But I never want to stop. There's just something inside of me that makes me want to keep going. And I got interested in, like, because my creative process has been all over the place. Like, I started out as a musician and ended up as a wrestling promoter, and now I'm a podcaster. Like, how does that happen? So I wanted to, like, explore other people's journeys through
Yeah.
their creative process, and then find out why they keep going.
Yeah,
You know?
I would bet that you're finding out through this that there's a really a common thread
Yeah,
between creatives,
absolutely.
and I really do think that typically our Achilles heels rather probably is that because I just heard you say it, it's like we're full of ideas,
Yeah,
but the follow through element is lacking for a lot of us.
yeah,
And what we really need, and I'm speaking for myself, but maybe this holds true for you, is what creatives really need is somebody to help with the other half of the part that we're deficient in.
yeah,
Because all the dopamine hits and all that stuff that we love, right, it comes from the creative, the build out of it. But once it comes to actually like either marketing it or branding it, which I like to do, but it's still the creative part. But the
mhm,
business and the organizational part of things doesn't interest creatives. Certainly doesn't interest me. So
yeah,
I'm just moving on to the next project because
yeah,
I'm like, you know what, fuck it. Like I did it. I feel good about it. I recorded that. You know what I mean? It's out
yeah,
there in the ether now. But like, what's next?
yeah. Well,
So
that's like this whole podcast thing. So it's an idea. I've known forever that I wanted to do a podcast. I didn't know what I
yeah,
wanted to be about. I didn't know what I wanted the focus to be, but I knew that I wanted to do it.
yeah,
And then when I met Tyler, and he actually has no interest in being on camera. Whenever he has to do that kind of stuff, it makes
right.
him nervous. He hates it,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
he loves putting it together and editing
yeah,
it and making it something that you can give to people.
yeah.
That's not my thing,
Right.
So the two of us getting together,
Yeah,
um, and it was kind of the same thing with the wrestling stuff. Like, oh, I was so bad with the money when
yeah,
I was running wrestling shows
yeah,
because I just wanted to put on the
yeah.
best possible wrestling that I could. I wanted to tell
Totally.
the greatest story I could,
Yeah.
I ended up blowing so much money running wrestling shows. That's and then
Yeah.
I brought in a partner who was a little more conscious of the money,
Yeah.
and he ended up selling the company.
Okay.
Um,
Gotcha.
yeah. So
Yeah.
so that's where
Very,
that
yeah,
went.
super interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's great that you found, listen, you found somebody like Tyler that's helping you put this together because probably without a guy that is interested in the other half, it doesn't
Yeah.
happen.
Right. It would just be ideas
Right.
floating around, and I'd be like, "How do I make this happen?"
Totally.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
totally.
yeah. So once you picked up the guitar
Yeah.
and you taught yourself how to play, how long was it before you realized that you could sing? Like, where did you find your voice in that?
Well, listen, I appreciate you using the word sing because um I knew that I couldn't really sing, but I
Gotcha.
was but I I grew up my heroes really or a lot of my heroes like really couldn't sing. So like,
Right.
Dylan and uh Phil Oakes and Neil Young can sing a
Real
little
young.
bit. Like you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like those
Yeah.
guys, those songwriters, I'm like, you know what, I can do that. It's like vocal styling, right?
Right.
So I'm like, okay,
Sure.
that's something that I think I could pull off.
Yeah.
And so that's really where I don't think I really there wasn't a moment where I was like, "Oh yeah, I can sing like a real singer," but there was a
Right.
moment where I was like, "I think I can do that and deliver the message in a way that is folksy, even with a rock backdrop, but still a storytelling. Some of it's teeters on speaking slash
Yeah.
speaking with melody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I listen. I wish I could sing. It really is one of those things that I'm like, if I could come back as another person, it would be, I really love singers. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Well, personally, I mean, I think you sound great on the jab CD.
I
So that's
appreciate that.
you know, um, that's really all I've heard at this point. I did see that you had some stuff on Spotify, and I was gonna listen to it. My son got sick, and I didn't have a
Oh,
chance,
fine.
unfortunately. Yeah, he's
Okay.
feeling better now, but
Okay.
I've
Good.
just had a busy couple weeks. So,
Okay. Good.
um, yeah. But oh geez, I had a question, and
Yeah.
oh
No,
no,
they're
I was
good.
just gonna say,
Yeah.
with Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
So I feel like Bob Dylan found a lane that people, because if you listen to Lay Lady Lay, Bob Dylan can sing.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
that's a beautiful song.
Yeah.
And when I found out it was Bob Dylan, I was just like, wow.
I know.
You know,
I know.
but people always mention Bob Dylan and Neil Young and Mick Jagger as guys who can't sing but sound great.
Yeah, it's probably
but-
not fair.
But Bob
it's
Dylan
probably
can
not
sing.
fair.
You know, I mean, you know,
Well,
but
yeah, go ahead.
oh no, I just remember when American Idol became a thing, and people would always say Bob Dylan would never win American Idol. Like I saw that so many times. But I feel like if Bob Dylan went out there and used his voice and used his presence, maybe he would have won American Idol.
Right.
You know, I mean, there's more to it than.
Well, yeah. I mean, the phrasing and what he's talking about, and I mean, there's such a genius in that. You know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What I always find so interesting in switching artistic genres for a second, it's like, you know, I used to manage like these kid bands, these rock bands, and we would talk a lot about kind of, you know, development and etc., like developing as an artist and stuff. And I always used to bring up this kind of like Picasso analogy, because, you know, you grow up and you see, you know, these kind of famous Cubist Picassos, you know, like in the museums and stuff.
Yeah.
But the guy could actually paint. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of it goes into your Dylan example, right? If you really look back at Picasso, like the guy could like paint like Da Vinci. You know, he was schooled as a real painter, right? And so he could paint portraiture, he could paint like a realist portrait, but you never would gather that because he became famous for that lane that he picked. But it wasn't. But his background, like he could do it all. You know what I mean? But he just decided like that's kind of his thing. You know what I mean? And so there is something interesting to that in terms of like, do you need all that background? You know what I mean? There's certainly a school of thought. I can't read music. I don't know if you can, but there is a school of thought, right? Where like, you know what? Like if you had that as a backdrop and that was your foundation and your base, and then you're building off of that, then then you're kind of you're a real musician at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I mean, I think you'll get this. Like I feel music. You know, I feel the space, and I feel. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, I guess, but yeah. To me, music is emotional. You know, I mean, there's certainly a technical aspect, and I enjoy, you know, classical music and Dream Theater and things, you know, that are more technical, Eddie Van Halen. But to me, my music at least comes from somewhere, you know, outside of myself almost, where I'm tapping into like emotion.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the magic of it. Like when the songs happen, right? And a lot of songwriters explain the same thing. It's like when your antenna's up and that thing happens, it's like it really is one of the most bizarre, kind of unexplainable moments, right? When the inspiration happens, it's just you don't know where it's come from, and you just kind of ride the wave and then hope that the next one comes.
Right. Yeah. With me, it's always either I hear a drum beat and I have no idea where it came from, or a phrase.
Yeah.
I'll just
a phrase. What?
A phrase.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like a vocal melody with a phrase.
Yeah.
And then it'll just all of a sudden I've got a song.
Yeah.
You know, I just and sometimes I have to work with it for a while to get it where I want it to be, but then other times it just comes out. And I'll write like a great song in 2 hours. Or in my opinion, it's a great song.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I can't wait to listen to your stuff after this. You have to send me access to your music. I'd love to listen to
Oh,
that.
for sure. Yeah. Cool. Well, see, here's the weird thing. So I was in a studio exactly one time. All my other stuff was live bands.
Oh, nice.
We played out. Yeah. Okay. And I recorded one song that was on MySpace, and now it's essentially gone. But I'm actually working with a friend of mine who plays predominantly Christian death metal.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But he's a really good musician, and he's a really good producer. So I'm actually working with him at 50 to put out what'll be like my first full length album, and I'm hoping to have it
That's cool.
early next year. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
exciting.
So I mean, and this has kind of sparked it because I had kind of put music to the side. You know,
Okay.
I was really prolific in my 20s and early 30s.
Okay.
And that was when I got in the studio and recorded that one song, which I thought came out really well. Everybody said it sounded like Bon Jovi, which I was a little insulted by, but you know, Bon Jovi.
There's nothing wrong with Bon Jovi.
Yeah. But I, you know, I thought it came out well, and now I'm just gonna revisit it, see what we're doing here. So
Nice.
and you've got something new coming out too, right? You said.
Yeah, I'm working. I'm kind of halfway through a new project with a producer that I'm not sure which record you had, but I'm not sure if he had did that
It's the one with like the stars on it. It's gray.
Oh
and it's got the
yeah,
stars on it.
no, he didn't do that one. He did maybe no, he didn't do that one. He did the one after that. But yeah, this guy. So I'm living in Texas now. I've moved out of LA and I'm in outside of Dallas.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm back in the studio with this guy. His name is Casey Diorio. Great guy, really good producer. Has done a bunch of cool shit. And
Cool.
yeah, I just had a bunch of songs over the last 6-7 years. And I'm kind of in the Velvet Underground, Lou Reed kind of
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's kind of a collection of 5 songs that we're like halfway through, and super cool, super fun.
Nice.
And
Yeah, for sure.
to be back doing that creatively, and
Right.
yeah, so probably another couple months and I'll be done with it.
Cool. Yeah, I definitely want to check it out, man. I'm
Yeah, it's
interested.
cool. It's definitely
Yeah.
cool. It's different.
I enjoy Lou Reed and Velvet Underground and stuff. So it's
Yeah.
funny because I was aware of them, you know, as a kid, but what really got me aware of them was Dramarama's cover of Femme Fatale,
Yeah.
which is an interesting. I mean, I knew Lou Reed, but as far
Yeah.
as getting into the Velvet Underground, and then when I was 18, I was in a band that covered Sister Ray and Sweet Jane,
Yeah.
and I had never heard either one of those songs, and I was
Okay,
really
yeah.
into like punk rock, so I
Yeah.
kind of turned them into punk rock songs without.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and I mean, it was really. I liked them. They were really good live. It got the crowd going, and a lot
Yeah.
of people didn't even realize that it was Velvet Underground songs. So that was pretty cool.
I never I got into Velvet Underground super late. Like
Yeah.
I didn't get it, and I really wasn't like. I mean, I'm talking about like I didn't really discover Lou. Like, of course, I knew who Lou Reed was from the
Right.
beginning, but like he was like outside of my taste.
Yeah. Well,
But like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, I like all of a sudden I like, oh yeah, I totally get it. Like
Yeah.
I get this guy, and then I took like a crazy deep dive into Velvet Underground and what Lou Reed was like, and I was like, wow, this guy's out there, and he lives it's crazy. I didn't know like about his personal life or anything like that.
right.
And then his connection with David Bowie, who I wasn't a big David Bowie fan at all. That wasn't my thing either.
Yeah,
Do
I
you like
love
David Bowie?
I love David Bowie.
Yeah.
Yeah, since I was a
Yeah.
kid, one of my favorites. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
understand him either. I'm like, and then all of a sudden those two, I was introduced to them together, and I'm like, wow, it's like talk about like artists. Like these guys define that whole thing. You know what I mean? They're not just musicians; they're just artists.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, David Bowie was. I mean, the way that David Bowie created those characters
Yeah,
and then translated it into music. I mean, it was amazing how it was like a big multimedia thing before that was really a thing.
totally.
You know, he created this whole experience.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets enough credit for that.
Yeah,
People never they talk about his genre hopping a lot, but they don't talk about how he would completely reinvent himself as a public person.
Yeah.
With that, you know, it wasn't just, oh, I'm going to play glam. It was, I'm going to become Ziggy Stardust. You know,
Well,
it was
a part of the problem is though, like I'm guilty of it. Like my early exposure to Bowie was MTV and
Sure.
Modern Love.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's who I thought he was.
Right.
You know
Right.
what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah.
not really who he was. You know?
Right. Right. I was kind of the same way with Lou Reed. Like, Walk on the Wild Side.
Right.
You couldn't get away
Yeah,
from that
exactly.
song. Yeah.
Exactly.
But then I had a friend who really liked the song Perfect Day. He
Oh
had the
yeah.
Transpotting soundtrack. And
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
What a great
wow.
song. Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, this is Lou Reed,
Yeah. Yeah.
and since then I've gone back and looked at him even more, like so yeah, I mean he's an
I
amazing
love
artist
the
too.
I love the idea, like in learning about Lou Reed, I love the idea about him really believing that like you need three chords, you know what I mean, and a good story, and that's it. Like he's
Yeah,
like you don't those chords don't even need to fucking change. It's like
right, right.
just you know what I mean? And
Yeah, yeah,
I love that idea of like yeah, that can be music too, and that can be viable, and that can be impactful and powerful, and like there's
yeah,
something so incredible about the simplicity and the power in simplicity. I was like, wow,
sure.
it's harder than it's hard to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to keep something simple and still have it resonate,
Yeah, yeah.
I think that there's I'm really into all different kinds of music. So like surf rock,
Hmm.
like uh the Beach Boys
Yeah,
until they got really, really deep into like the harmonies and stuff. But songs like I Get Around and Fun,
yeah,
Fun,
yeah,
Fun and Help Me
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Rhonda, those are
yeah.
great tunes,
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah.
But they're
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 classic.
so
Yeah,
but they're simple. You know what I
totally,
mean? Like they're
totally.
just, just freaking strumming
I know,
along and singing. And
I know.
yeah, if they didn't have the harmonies are what's their
Yeah,
most complicated thing at that point.
right,
Um,
right.
and then the Ramones kind of took that, and the Ramones were surf rock, but
Totally.
they were punk. You know what I mean? But they were
Yeah.
totally like the same essence of the Beach Boys.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in upstate New York, a town called Ithaca.
Oh yeah, I know where it
So
is. Sure.
okay, cool. Yeah, it's a really liberal, creative
Uh-huh.
atmosphere.
Do
So
you still live there, or
I actually live in southern Indiana now, which
oh
is
wow.
the
Okay.
other side of the universe as far, you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm super proud to be from the East Coast,
Uh-huh.
but at this point, I don't think I'd ever go back there. It's
Yeah.
living in Indiana, it's easier, you
Oh,
know?
totally. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just easier, man.
That's why we moved out. That's why we moved like here to Texas. It's like
Yeah,
LA is it's just hard living. You know what I mean? It's like
sure. Yeah, yeah, man. And I'm not saying like, there's things that I miss. I miss the food so much,
yeah, of
but
course. Yeah.
and I miss being around people who aren't diametrically opposed to almost everything that I believe. But
Yeah, yeah.
I've created my own world here with my kid, and
Cool.
yeah, I mean it's good. It's
Nice.
but yeah, yeah, upstate Ithaca is actually really like, man, the music scene in Ithaca, being 18 and being able to go out to these clubs, and with us being 6 hours from New York,
Mhm.
lots of up and coming bands would stop in Ithaca before they went on to national stuff. And then just there was a huge ska scene in the 90s. And so I got really into ska music, which, kind of before ska exploded, and I'd be like, oh, this isn't real ska, but I still loved it. It was cool that it was getting a bunch of attention. There's a big folk scene, funk and reggae. I mean, it's just, at least this was, in the late 80s and early 90s. This is what I was exposed to there. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah, but
That's
it
cool.
was, yeah. Did you actually, are you from Texas, or where are you from?
No, I grew up in a small town in New Mexico,
Oh, cool.
in
Awesome.
Las Cruces,
Okay.
um, and then went to college in Dallas, and
Gotcha.
um, then I was in Europe for years and years, like
Sure.
doing stuff, and then
Sure.
yeah, and then have moved back here. I still have a lot of friends that never left Dallas.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? So
I've
yeah.
never been, but I love the idea of the desert.
honestly.
Yeah, desert's cool. I
Yeah.
mean, I'll tell you that we used to get really good concerts because it was a university town.
Sure.
New Mexico State University was there,
Yeah.
or is there. My dad was a professor at the university, and he'd always he knew when the shows were coming, and the show that I remember the time when I thought I really wanted to be a rock star was U2 had come in, and in 1987.
Okay.
Joshua Tree tour,
Sure.
and I was up in the nosebleeds. But I do remember I was oh my God, I want to be down there,
Yeah.
looking up this way.
Yeah.
I'm wow, it just blew my, yeah. So that
Yeah.
was really, that was kind of the pivotal moment in my, I was nowhere near trying to become a musician, but I do remember thinking, gosh,
Yeah.
I really would love to be able to move people I was
The
being
connection.
moved. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it was crazy.
Right. Well, my uncle was actually in a band called the Flash Cubes.
Okay.
They were a power pop band, super heavy on the Raspberries influence and the Beatles
Okay.
and stuff.
Yeah.
And they got huge in Japan
Oh,
to the
cool.
point where they went over there and played in stadiums.
No
And
way.
it's insane. Yeah. Yeah. Like my Uncle Steve, Artie Lennon professionionally.
Okay. Really? That was his
He
name?
came. Yeah. He got it legally changed, so his name is Artie Lennon now. But
Nice.
yeah,
Nice.
he was a rock star in Japan.
Crazy.
And then his band Screen Test, which was his second band, they were more new wave.
Okay.
Got on MTV a little bit.
Nice.
When Rhino did the Nuggets series, they put a couple of their songs on there.
Okay.
So it was just to me, being a young kid, it seemed like something I could do.
Yeah.
I knew Uncle Steve wasn't famous in
Right.
America, but he
Right.
was on the radio sometimes, and he was a
Yeah.
rock star in Japan. So
Yeah.
why can't I do that? You
Totally.
know?
You
So it
play
was
you
cool.
you play guitar, I'm assuming, right?
I don't actually. I just write vocal melodies and sing.
Okay.
Oh, so I was in a band when I was about 18, and my rhythm guitar player
Mhm.
tried to teach me how to play guitar.
Okay.
And he was like, I want you to practice this every day. I want you to play Smoke on the Water on one string. And he
Okay.
was like, and if you can get the rhythm of that and you can get that going, then we'll move on to the next thing. I tried to learn to play Smoke on the Water on one string for about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And my fingers just wouldn't do it, man.
Yeah.
I just don't, and then I messed around on keyboard a little bit, but I'm not proficient enough. The reason that I started wanting to learn how to play piano keyboard was because I wanted to learn how to play Maybe I'm Amazed.
Oh, cool.
I
Okay.
just thought it was such an amazing song, and
Oh
I
yeah,
wanted to
it's
be able to
incredible.
play it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
but I couldn't play it. I
Yeah.
don't get it.
Yeah.
I wish that I could play an instrument. I tried playing saxophone. I mean, it's
Okay.
just and maybe it's kind of what you said, where it's hard to follow through. Like singing is easy for me, and writing songs is easy for me.
Yeah.
And I would pick up these instruments and just not be able to do it, and I just
Yeah, I get frustrated.
But yeah, it was just like I said. I just singing's easy for me, and writing songs is easy for me. Um, it's just something I've always been able to do, and learning an instrument wasn't. Um, it was
Yeah.
just really hard and frustrating, and I could never figure it out, man.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, yeah.
There's still time. There's still time.
Yeah, for sure. I'd still like to be able to play piano, honestly.
Mhm.
Maybe I'll pick up lessons when I retire. Who knows?
Yeah.
A few years away,
That's cool.
So now you do Sakurasi? Is that the documentary stuff?
Yeah, I
Yes.
do. So through the music stuff, I started directing my own music videos, and then got asked to direct other people's music videos, and that was kind of my entryway into all the film stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, I just really fell in love with that whole thing, both being in front of the camera and editing. I love to edit almost as much as I like to shoot. So, and the idea of I loved the idea and still do of being one person in control over both parts and not having to wait to send the edit out. And I just like to be able to shoot it. I can dump it down into the computer and then make a video, and then it's my vision. I did it. And so yeah, I ended up doing a bunch of music videos, like a lot of music videos, and some music videos for like um some like up and coming and like important artists, because I became kind of the content guy for this radio station called 98.7 in LA. And they had me kind of shoot all the new bands that were coming, that were kind of up and coming, or pretty like, Imagine Dragons was about to hit, and Mumford and Sons and Fun and like all those bands. We would all have them in, and then I started to shoot their videos, like
Nice.
their first video, and which was cool. And then they were like, "Hey, do you want to interview all these guys?" I'm like, "I'd love to." Great. So then I became kind of like the on air interviewer. They'd come into the station. I'd interview all the bands on video. So then I started Rockarazzi. And Rockarazzi was this idea of like, if Rolling Stone were to hit the streets and be like a street reporter, like what would that look like? And so got a camera, and we were living, near Beverly Hills at the time. All the paparazzi stuff was going crazy. So I would go to these restaurants, and I hung out with all the paparazzi, and I knew all of them. And my whole lane, right, back to the lane idea, was like, what if I talked to a celebrity about music? Like, would they engage? Because at the time, TMZ was just blowing up, right? And everybody hated TMZ. They were like the Antichrist, right? They were the devil. And so I'm like, I'm gonna be the good guy. I'm gonna show up, and I'm gonna talk to Al Pacino about like what his first concert was, like as he's walking out of a restaurant.
Oh.
So it just worked, and it blew up. And so what had happened at that point was the paparazzi started to kind of follow me around, because they knew if I were there, that I would engage a celebrity long enough for them to get their shot, because they would talk to me. I'd be doing interviews with like Robert Duvall and you name it. Like I've got them all, and
That's awesome.
talking to them about music, because everybody loves me. It's the community. It's the connection that you mentioned earlier. So yeah, I did Rockarazzi a bunch with it was my wife and I. We'd go to all the red carpets and interview people and the whole thing. It was just her and I were like on the streets of Beverly Hills interviewing celebrities. And then the Grammys, the Grammy Foundation started to get wind of like the content. They're like, "We really love your content. Will you come do like all the red carpet stuff for the Grammy Foundation?" So then we did the Grammy stuff, which was cool. And then TMZ like came knocking, and we're like, "Hey, we really want you to be like the rock guy for TMZ." And I was like, "No way." I was like, so I had numerous meetings with Harvey. Like I was in the office with Harvey, and he was like, "Listen, man, your interviews are great. Here's what we want to set up for you." And I'm like, "Dude," I go, "No." I go, "Once I associate with you guys, then my brand is over." And he was like, No, I think you're missing." I go, "No." And so I tried to convince Harvey. I'm like, "Why don't you let me be the good guy? Like, just keep the Rockarazzi name, right? It could be under your umbrella, and I'll be like the good guy interviewer that doesn't piss the celebrities off." Right. And he didn't want to do it. And so that thing fizzled out. And then I just kind of spun that into Soccerazzi. And
Nice.
it's all soccer content. I was doing like interviews with soccer players early on. But I really do miss the interaction with the musician, like especially that caliber of musician. It was cool to learn about those guys and be in the room with them. And so
Yeah, that the singer for Fun, Nathan Ruiz,
yeah,
great voice.
totally.
That guy's
He's so
great
talented.
voice, man. Jeez.
I don't know what they're doing anymore. I don't know what's happening with them.
So he did an interview where he said once that second record got so huge,
Yeah,
they decided to break up the band because they didn't want to be disappointed by the follow-up.
Oh wow.
So Fun doesn't exist anymore. He did that single with
Pink.
Pink, and he put out a solo album which no one bought. So
Okay.
maybe he was right. You know what I mean? Maybe
Right.
it was the right thing to do. But yeah,
Yeah, he
it's
did. He has
that's
a
a
great voice though.
yeah. His voice is amazing. That's
Yeah,
such a weird idea. Like
I know.
we hit the pinnacle. Let's just call it a day. You
Yeah.
know, instead of trying to top it, they were just like, yeah, we don't think we can top this, and they just. But
Who's your favorite band? You
my
have
favorite
one?
band's Dramarama.
Dude, that is crazy. I heard you mention that before. You know,
Yeah.
I saw Dramarama like twice in Dallas.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. I saw
Yeah.
them I saw them at I saw them at a Christmas show. Dude, they were
Okay.
awesome. Like I used to love Dramarama in the 90s. Love them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't hear anybody. There's nobody I've ever asked that has come back and said Dramarama is my favorite
Really?
band. Yeah, never.
Oh man. Dude, so I saw them on their last tour when Clem Burke was playing drums for them.
Oh, I interviewed
Which
Clem
was
actually. Not
Oh, that's
like,
awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, he was a really laid back guy, man. He was just kind
Totally.
of sitting at the bar drinking, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's done so much, you know.
Yeah,
The guy's been on some great records, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I saw them and I got to meet John and I got to meet Chris Carter and I got to meet Clem, and it was really, really cool because John Easdale comes walking in and I'm at the bar, or not at the bar, at a table right next to the door, drinking with a buddy of mine who was in a band called Brother Meat.
Okay.
And he was there to see Slim Dunlop, who was in the Replacements. He was opening for them. So he was like, oh, this Replacements guy's here. I'm going to go to the show. But John comes walking in the door and I jump in front of him. I almost have a heart attack. You know, I'm 20 and this is like, this guy's my hero, you know? And I stuck my hand out to him and I said, I'm Keith. And he said, I'm Johnny. And I said, I know. And then, and then I had him sign my jacket and he was like, you know, I've got to go play. And I was like, cool, man. So he goes and he does the show. After the show, I go up to him again and he said, thanks for coming, Keith. He remembered my name. After playing a whole set and setting up and doing sound check and all of that, remembered my name. And I said, you know, thanks for playing, John. And he kind of shrugged, which was cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Before the show,
this is in New York.
Yeah. This was at a place called The Haunt.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I met Chris before the show. I told him that I loved him and I, you know, was a huge fan. I'd been listening to him for years. And then afterwards, he said, you knew all the words to the songs. So it's funny to think about like that they actually
paying attention.
Yeah, they were paying attention to what I was doing out in the crowd when they were playing. And I just said, you know, I told you I was a fan, dude. You know, I mean, I love you guys.
Where's that band from?
They're from New Jersey.
Okay, I knew.
They're from Wayne. Yeah, so they're from Wayne, New Jersey, but they couldn't get a record deal in America. So they got a record deal in Paris or in France. This label called New Rose. And then Rodney on the Rock. I'm not going to attempt to say his. I was going to say I'm not going to attempt to say his last name.
Yeah.
But he got a New Rose sampler and started playing Dramarama. He started playing Anything, and he thought they were from France. So he's like, "Here's this great new French band, Dramarama."
Yeah.
And then they eventually heard they were getting played on K-Rock. Got a hold of Rodney. Rodney was like, you should come out here. I'll get you on all these festivals. You'll become famous. So then they moved to LA and they've basically been an LA band.
Okay.
From then on. Chris Carter started hosting Breakfast for the Beatles, which he's probably more famous for than Dramarama. Because Breakfast with the Beatles is the longest running Beatles show on the radio. But yeah, I love Dramarama. I think his lyrics, John Easdale's lyrics are so clever, but so relatable at the same time. Yeah. And their music is just, I don't know, it's everything I love. It's power pop, it's roots rock, it's hard rock. You know, it's just so good. I mean, you know.
It's funny when when I think of Dramarama, like it was the time when I was listening. There was two other bands like that were on rotation in my CD, and one of them was School of Fish.
Okay.
Remember School of
Yeah.
Fish?
Oh yeah. 3 Strange Days.
Yes, I used to
And,
love that song.
yeah,
And
it's a great song.
Dramarama, and there was
Yeah.
another. I can't remember. Oh my gosh! I think it was Toad the Wet Sprocket was the other.
Okay.
Was the other one.
Dude,
Yeah, that was like
yeah.
those three bands were always like playing in
Total
college.
Wet Sprocket put on one of the best live shows I've ever seen.
Really, yeah.
They're such good musicians. Like they're locked in. Like they play those songs. There's no mistakes in a Toad the Wet Sprocket show. You know what I mean? They play those songs like they're a part of them.
Yeah.
They're great. Yeah.
Cool.
I actually just saw Blue October.
Yeah, they're
and
from Dallas.
Switchfoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Matt Nathanson. And it was such an amazing concert. Like
Yeah.
live music is just, man.
Totally.
Yeah.
I love Switchfoot for a bit too. I was into those guys.
Yeah.
And Blue October, that guy that was working on my record is good friends with those guys.
Oh, cool.
Blue
Blue October's changed so much.
Yeah.
Justin got sober and got a good relationship with his daughter, and now they're like a new wave band. But I mean, it's cool. You know, I like new wave. So whatever.
That's the death of every artist. Happiness.
Yeah, you got happy, man.
Yeah.
But I still dig it. There's so many people who don't like them anymore because they're like, oh, I loved it when they were sad and dark, and they're not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. When they play the old songs now, Justin ends it with like some life affirming message.
Oh,
like it's like it gets better. This isn't the end. Here's a happy song. So it's interesting, man.
Wow. Okay.
They still play the old stuff, but
gotcha.
But they kind of put a disclaimer on it when they're done. So
that's fascinating, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've never seen anyone, do that. But,
yeah.
It's funny because I don't know what it was about Switchfoot, but they always reminded me of the Goo Goo Dolls. And I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like the Goo Goo Dolls later period, obviously.
Yeah. I never
it's weird.
Sort of like a guilty pleasure for me, the Goo Goo Dolls. I never was into them. But,
Buffalo,
Yeah, I know.
They're from upstate New York. Yeah, so they were kind of all over the place.
Without the Goo Goo Dolls, there'd be no Open G songs. Like
right. Without the Goo Goo Dolls, there'd be no The World I Know by Collective Soul, because that's the same damn song as Iris, and nobody ever talks about it. It's the same song. So, yeah, I love both those songs, but Collective Soul totally ripped off the Goo Goo Dolls when
they're still going. Collective Soul. I saw.
Their ticket prices are outrageous.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, and few $100s, for a good seat. Yeah, I don't get it. I love Collective Soul personally. I think they're one of the bands that kind of kept hard rock going in the '90s, even though people think of them as an alternative band. But I'm not paying $300 to see them.
That's outrageous.
I was so excited to see Depeche Mode on this new tour until I found out the tickets were $600 in Indiana. So I can't imagine how much they are in LA, or Dallas or anywhere like a major market. Like,
no, it's
$600.
I don't know what's happening to ticket prices. It's like,
it's crazy, man. Yeah, I go to a lot of concerts and I don't pay more than $100 for a ticket. That's where I keep it at. So if they can't provide me with that, then I'm not going to go see them. It's just.
I mean, my favorite band of all time is Pearl Jam, right? They're my favorite band. Like that's what I was so like. I really respected them about the ticket prices.
Yeah, the Ticketmaster thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but like even they've succumbed to like their ticket prices are outrageous now too. So it's like
right. They've been famous for a long time, man. I feel like it's hard not to change when you've been famous for a long time. It's just hard. But so I actually went to the second Lollapalooza.
Okay.
And I was with some friends of mine. Well, it was one friend and a bunch of her friends. And we drove a few hours to get there, and it was pouring rain.
Yeah.
So, I think we were in Saratoga Springs, and we were just like, let's get some pizza. There was this little pizza place we'd never heard of. So we got the pizza, and then when it stopped raining, we were like, okay, let's go to the concert. We missed the first two acts, Lush and Pearl Jam.
Right.
Because Pearl Jam went on second.
I know.
Like, who thought Pearl Jam was going to go on second, man?
No,
So
I
I
know.
get there, and Jesus and Mary Chain is playing, and I'm like, okay, I'll see Pearl Jam. Nope, never saw Pearl Jam.
Have you
So,
seen them since though?
I never did. I never got a chance, man.
Do you like
Yeah.
them or no?
Oh, I love Pearl Jam. Yeah, absolutely.
A live Pearl Jam show has to be experienced. You have to. I mean,
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I want to see them sometime, but now
I know.
I
It's
think
crazy.
it's just hard.
Especially
but
if
yeah.
you're into especially if you're into kind of community and connection through music.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's one of those bands when you see live that you're like, wow, like there's something going on in the room.
right, right.
Because a lot, like the majority of those fans, like a Dead fan base or
Yeah.
Fish, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like they've been to 100 shows, and
Right.
so these people, they all come together, they all know each other,
Yeah.
and it's really one of these kind of magical environments. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was so right as we're walking, well no, it wasn't right as we were walking. I was just walking around, I think, in between bands. This guy comes flying by me on a mountain bike. It's Jeff Ament.
Yeah.
And I stopped him and I was like, dude, just ride your bike. Yeah. And he signed my ticket, and I told him that we missed him because we didn't want to come out during the rain because it was a big rainstorm. So we waited for the storm to be over. And he was like, oh man, Chris Cornell was out here mudsliding with the crowd.
Oh no.
He was like, oh, you missed a lot. And then I was like, man. And he goes, so next time you come to this venue, there's some woods on the other side of the stage that aren't fenced off and people aren't paying attention to. And I was riding my bike by there and I saw a bunch of people getting in for free. So
nice.
Jeff Ament told me how to sneak in. He was like, and I never went back. Saratoga Springs wasn't close, but he was like, so next time you come here, man, don't get a ticket. Just sneak it through the woods. And I was like, thanks, man. That's awesome.
That's a great story. That's cool.
Yeah.
There's
really cool.
Have you watched it's called Lala?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay, yeah, it's on. I want to say it's on, like, I don't know if it's Netflix or Hulu maybe, but it's Perry Farrell, kind of his story about Lollapalooza.
Okay, interesting.
It's a documentary. I think it's a series, like a 3-part series. It's really cool though.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, the first 2 years of that were amazing.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the third year lineup, but the first 2 years were incredible. I mean, dude, I got to see Soundgarden, Ice Cube, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers in the same night.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, that's amazing.
I gave up a chance to see when I was in college here in Dallas, and it was 91. Okay. And I think I had just got Nirvana's record, I think.
Okay.
I think I just got it. Yeah, I just got it. And I remember listening to Nevermind, and I think like everybody was like,
right, what is this?
Yeah, my head exploded. I was like, oh my God, I don't even know what this is.
Right.
But so my buddy calls me up. He was this drummer in this band at the time. He's like, hey man, I got a extra ticket for Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Smashing Pumpkins, Soundgarden. They're gonna play at the Bronco Bowl. I'm like, I don't even know who those other bands were. And I was like, and I just blew it off. I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna go eat pizza.
That's funny. So Soundgarden actually ended up being one of my favorite bands.
Yeah.
But when I heard their early stuff, like I was really into 80s hard rock, more of the underground stuff, like the funk metal and the blues metal and stuff. But still, like that was what I was into. And I didn't understand Soundgarden, all the feedback and the wailing and all that. I just didn't get it. And then Bad Motorfinger came out. Yeah. And holy crap.
Yeah.
Like,
that was the record, man.
Yeah, man. So then I went back and now that I'm older, even then, I mean, I think I was about 18, 19 when I started going back and getting their older stuff, and I could appreciate it more because I was exposed to that kind of music more. at that
Yeah.
point. But like, yeah, Bad Motorfinger was just
Yeah.
perfect. You
Totally.
know, sonically. I mean, that album just sounds
Yeah.
so good, and
Yeah.
he's
And
such a great lyricist. So
totally. And
yeah,
like as much as I love Pearl Jam, right? Like Matt Cameron to me like is the wrong drummer for that band. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's like Pearl Jam
yeah,
for me was the best. Like Matt Cameron was perfect for Soundgarden because
yeah.
they're playing all these weird time signatures and he loved
Right,
all that stuff. You know what I mean?
right. He was a
Uh,
jazz drummer.
oh right,
So
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So that's really kind of he belonged in a band like that, you know?
right.
Um but yeah, when Pearl Jam's first couple of records with Dave Ambrosetti, or
Yeah,
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 he was a great drummer, that guy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Did you so when he left the band, um I read an interview with him where he was talking about how, the first album did so well, second album did so well, and he was so happy.
Yeah.
And he was like, we're rock stars now. This is great. And he
Yeah.
looked around at the other guys in the band and they were still so depressed and so trying to, and he said it was like I was jumping around in a circle of joy by myself.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I read the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read a lot of
Oh,
stuff about him.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah. So,
my buddy knows him actually really well.
oh, cool.
He's Dave is like he can't come back into the country.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
What happened?
he's in because he's got like drug charges on him.
Oh, man.
And he can't come back in. He's like in Bali or something.
Wow.
And yeah, and he's like does these kind of like he still records for people like virtual. He
Sure.
does these virtual sessions for people.
Sure.
But yeah, he got really wrapped up into some bad stuff.
Oh, that sucks,
Um,
man.
yeah, blew a bunch of money. He had to sell all his gear and
Man, that
yeah,
sucks.
yep, yeah.
Jeez. Hate stuff like that,
I
man.
know, I know.
Yeah, well, this is like a different story now, but I mean, the original drummer for Dramarama
Mhm.
got really into like Hindu music and spiritual music and just disappeared when they were going to record their third album. He was just gone. No one knew where he was.
Yeah.
And he ended up over in India recording as Anat Jesse
Oh,
and making these like really, I mean, complicated, like crazy songs with like drum circles and chanting. And I mean, I like it. Honestly,
yeah.
it's interesting to listen to, but that's where he went. He just disappeared to go make spiritual music. And then he passed away kind of suddenly a couple years
Oh,
ago, but
okay.
yeah.
Shit.
But it's crazy. Like that's where it took him. That's
Yeah.
where his journey took him. So
Yeah.
it's interesting.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. But we've kind of gone all over the place,
I
man.
know,
It's
man.
been fun.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's been a good
super
time,
pleasure.
dude.
Yeah. I really appreciate you having me on and
Yeah, absolutely. So two things before we go. The first thing
yeah.
is I will lay out the red carpet. Um, I need to stop watching Hot Ones because I stole that by accident. That's what the guy on Hot Ones says at the end. I'll lay out the red carpet.
Listen,
And I just started saying it too. It just clicked in my brain. That's what the Hot Ones guy says.
that's
But
okay,
anyway,
man. Like, listen, that guy, he's really become a very good interviewer. He's
oh
excellent.
yeah, he's amazing. I kind of try to do what he does,
Yeah, he's
honestly.
excellent. Yeah.
Like he's him and Craig Ferguson without all the flirting. But Craig Ferguson was kind of brilliant, I think.
Yep.
But anyway, and no comedy. I tried stand up. I'm not a comedian.
All right.
But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I'll lay out the red carpet.
Okay.
What have you got coming up? We've kind of talked about it, but where can people find you?
Yep. So so I have a website called Soccerazzi, SOCCERRAZZI.com, and that's for soccer stuff, which probably a very small percentage of people listening to this are going to be hitting me up for soccer content, but that's all right. And then yeah, you can reach me on there for any kind of music videos or any kind of content creation. and I've got an alien documentary film that's kind of blowing up. That's going to go onto Netflix, I think, probably next year. So
Awesome.
look out for that. And a new record coming out at some point. So
Cool.
all sorts of weird stuff. The alien thing, I'll send you a private link to that. That
Oh,
thing
I definitely want to check that out.
That
Awesome.
thing is out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that.
I
for
met
sure.
2 people that swear they were abducted by.
Interesting.
Yep. And so I recorded them. They came out to Los Angeles. They stayed with me for 2 weeks, and I kind of secretly recorded their story with them, sort of knowing, not knowing.
Right.
And man, it is a crazy story. Yeah.
Yeah, I was obsessed with alien abduction when I was a kid.
Oh,
So,
dude, you're gonna love this then. You'll
yeah,
love
I definitely want to check it out. And then the last thing that we ask everyone, so you had the injury that kind of ended your athletic career. And honestly, you could have stopped then, and just gone on with a normal life, if you will. But you've done so much since then. And what is it that keeps you creating? What is it that drives you to create and to continue to put stuff out in the world?
Yep, that's a super good question. I think the obvious answer is that it does something to my soul that it's when I'm the happiest is when I'm creating. And that to me is kind of the reason why I get up, aside from my family. But I think the idea of creating something out of thin air, whether it's a physical or tangible thing or something that you can leave to your family or your family's family, something that is kind of legacy building. I think I've always been interested in that. Like, what are you going to leave behind? And I'm trying to leave some stuff behind that I think has some value and that can enrich somebody's life, make somebody smile, feel good. I mean, listen, if you don't accidentally get my record in some bizarre twist of fate, we don't have this conversation. You could have thought the record was garbage. We're not having the conversation. So, we got a chance to meet and have a cool conversation and connect. And hopefully this isn't the last time we connect. And it's because of music. It's because of something that was creative happened and brought us together. So I kind of think that's the whole point,
Awesome, man. Yeah, this has been so fun.
Yeah.
It's been a cool conversation, man. I appreciate you coming on.
Listen, just say that this is the best conversation you've had in all of the podcasts you've done. Tyler will just put that on a loop, and she's just gonna loop that.
Awesome.
All right.
Good
Thank you
deal,
so much
man. Yeah, Tyler,
man.
get on that. Thanks. I appreciate it. Take care,
Tyler,
brother.
thanks for your help, dude. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the shout out. Thanks to Tyler, M&E Studios. Couldn't do this without him. Almost forgot. I was so caught up in our conversation. So, all right. And thanks for watching the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast and listening. And take care.
This is the most excellent podcast, by the way. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. All right, bye, guys.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith. And our guest this week is a award-winning, Grammy-nominated singer, songwriter, musician, joining us all the way from Switzerland. Ajay Mathur, thank you for being here with us today. This is awesome. Thank you so much.
Hi, Keith. Thanks a lot
All
for
right.
having me. Great pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Absolutely. So, the first thing that I wanted to ask you was how did you get started making music? Like when did you realize that that was something that you wanted to do?
Well, I grew up in a family of artists and musicians, so music wasn't something which was new to me. But during my school days, I was an artist. I used to paint. And I was pretty good at that, actually. You know, showed my paintings at different exhibitions. School won a couple of prizes there. Then I had the the fateful event in when I was 14. Um, I got to meet the Beatles when they were
Oh,
in India. Yeah. Well, I used to write for our school magazine, you know, school fortnightly. Every 2 weeks it used to come out, and so we were just sort of guessing what we'll do for the next. I said, look, the Beatles are here meditating in Rishikesh. I could take a bus and maybe try and get a interview with them. So everybody said, sure, try. So there I was on the bus, 14-year-old AJ, you know, knocking at the door. Of course, they wouldn't let me in. They wouldn't let the other 100 or 150 journalists who were camped outside in. But I could write my name on a piece of paper and say, look, I'm Ajay Mathur, you know, member of the editorial board for my school magazine, would love to talk to the Beatles. And I forgot about it. I thought, well, no way, these guys are gonna call me in. But they did. I guess that impressed them that I was a school kid. And they did. And there was you know, John was sitting here, Paul was here, Ringo, George, and a couple of other people, you know,
wow.
sitting around. Yeah, it was great. It was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even.
That was a tectonic shift. That was that moment. That was so electrifying. You know, you can't imagine. I mean, I was a great Beatles fan. I used to listen to Beatles all the time.
Yeah,
But being there, you know, with those guys with an amazing, incredible sense of humor, they were totally humorous. I mean, they had absolutely no thing about, you know, being the star or anything. John actually noticed that I was nervous. I couldn't get out a single word, basically.
yeah,
He basically took over the interview and started asking, tell me, Paul, what do you think? You know, like that. And it's just going on. It was great. I mean, it was
uh,
an amazing experience for me.
yeah. That's incredible.
And that's when I asked I knew that a cousin of mine she had a guitar. I knew that she was playing learning to play the Hawaiian guitar.
Okay.
I said, I got to get that guitar. So I asked her, and she said, maybe it's somewhere in the attic. So I climbed up in the attic, you know, took out this quite dusty pink acoustic guitar with a really high string. So I got the nut out and, you know,
Yeah.
lowered them. And that was my first guitar. I started, you know, learning chords, you know, and started playing. The rest is history.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I can't even imagine what it would be like. Uh, I mean, because even while they were making music, the Beatles were pretty revered. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you
And
just,
they were,
man,
it was amazing. I mean, they were really close. You know, I thought, why not? You know,
yeah, yeah,
let's try our luck. You know, if nothing, you know, I was there. You know, I
yeah,
tried.
yeah.
I've
And I
always
mean,
been the kind of guy who tries. You know, I
yeah,
don't give up.
absolutely,
I don't give up.
absolutely,
You know, if
absolutely.
even there, if there's a no for an answer, well, it's no. It's, you
At
know, if
least you
there's
tried.
a yes, it's a bonus. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So that
So
was the
what?
start. I started playing in bands
Yeah,
pretty much like after six months. I was already a rhythm guitarist in a rock band, and
awesome.
then switched over to bass for some time, and then started my own band playing the guitar and lead vocals, a trio. We played in almost all the clubs in India. You know, I grew up in India basically, you know,
Right.
and all the clubs. And and jammed with so many different musicians from the West. I had people like Don Cherry and jazz musician, and
Yeah, yeah,
even got to meet Robert Plant and Jimmy Page in Mumbai in a club.
yeah. I think I read that you performed with Leslie West from
No,
Mountain. No?
no,
Oh,
no. I actually we jammed. I jammed with the harp player of
oh, okay.
Canned Heat.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he
Okay,
he
okay,
was the guy. Yeah.
okay. I was gonna say because Leslie West had some monster riffs that he would
Oh, I
play.
know, I know, I know.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Mountain was
one of the
good
most
stuff.
memorable jams I had was with this jazz trumpet player, Don
Yeah.
Cherry.
Oh,
Don
sure.
Cherry,
Yeah,
Don Cherry actually was there in the club, kept opening his box. You know, he had this little trumpet,
yeah.
his typical trumpet, and kept opening, closing, opening, closing. You know, then once he just took the trumpet out, walked up to the stage, about this high. You know,
Right.
I mean, people were dancing, and he said, "Just show it at the microphone." I said, "Sure, go ahead." You know, and then I realized when he was playing that it was Don Cherry because I loved his music. You know,
Right.
used to listen to a lot of jazz music back then. And oh man, we jammed for like 45 minutes nonstop. It was
That's awesome.
those days was so easy to bump into really good musicians. Everybody
Yeah,
was to India to look for, peace and, spirituality or whatever, or,
sure.
or drugs. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever they were there for.
Whatever
Yeah,
they wanted. Yeah. So people were people were all around India, especially in the main cities,
right.
and the chances that you bumped into musicians, was high back then. And these people are pretty much inside their comfort zone. They didn't have any problems with talking to people, or there were no bodyguards and security back there.
Right. Yeah, things are different now for sure. But
Yeah, exactly. And so
yeah,
that's how I started making music. Then I came to Switzerland as a 20-year-old and started my own band, started recording albums with my band. I've got with my solo albums, I've got about 12 long
wow.
players to my credit. Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to as much of your stuff as I could before doing the interview, but there's so much.
Yeah,
There's a
there's a
lot
lot.
out there.
There's a lot.
Um, yeah. So
I-
once you started doing music, did you kind of put the writing and the art aside and just focus on music, or did you still kind of go back to the other things?
I love to sketch and paint, and
Yeah.
that thing never goes away. But the dedication I had back then, you know, wasn't. Of course, you can only share. I mean, I do. I've done a lot of my own album covers.
Oh,
I do
awesome.
all my artwork, all my graphic design for all kind of promotion and all that. So that's something. Even video stuff I've done. So that's still there, but
Yeah.
it's not at the top of my
Right.
mind, my
It's
priority.
cool that you've found a way to incorporate it though into
Yeah,
the music. That's very cool.
yeah. But I'm also open to other artists. I mean, a lot of I've had album covers done by other artists, which is
Sure.
like my 9 to 3 album, which got the nomination. This is this is actually there it
Oh,
is. Yeah,
there you go.
there you go.
Awesome.
This is actually done by a young artist here in Switzerland, and she did that. She did sort of a portrait of mine.
Right. That's cool.
I'm attracted to art of all kind. And so
Yeah, absolutely.
that's why I love making videos with video artists. All my videos are pretty crazy. If you go on my
Yeah.
YouTube channel, they're very
Yeah, I checked out some stuff on your YouTube channel too. It's
they're very artsy. They're absolutely not like the real, the normal band, some guy playing,
right.
singing, turning around from the back from the side, dark, black and white. Nothing of that sort. It's a lot of the videos I'm not even in there, not even.
Yeah,
And mostly I've got a cameo role, So I like that kind of thing. I like working with artists. That sort of inspires me. All kind of
nice.
artists, video makers, songwriters, musicians.
Awesome. So when you originally started recording, you recorded with a band.
Yeah.
It wasn't solo stuff, right? Was it
Yeah.
mainstream or Main
Yeah,
Street?
Main Street was my band. Yeah.
Main Street, yeah, yeah.
We were
So
pretty successful here in Europe.
right,
Yeah. Yeah.
right.
We
You
had a
guys
couple,
actually had a record deal, right?
yep, we were signed. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And we had chart hits, we had concert tours. Back then, selling albums was okay. If you had
Yeah,
good songs, you could sell albums. It's different now.
right.
Musicians have
Yeah, it's
become
all
poor. You'll
all
have to have
focused
some,
on streaming and
yeah, you have to have sponsoring and all that stuff.
yeah,
It's just
yeah.
sort of
But
goes
I mean,
against my grain, somehow.
right,
Yeah.
right. I remember when I first was looking when I was young, um, and I was probably 19, 20, and I was trying to get representation, and I sang for the guy a little bit, and he, he said he hated the kind of music that I made, so I was gonna have to blow his mind before he'd help me with anything, because I
Okay.
was doing hard rock and
Okay, sure. Yeah.
yeah, and I was just like, well, we didn't end up working together, but but I did my best. Um,
Yeah.
but now I guess if I really wanted to, I could have, like someone in my position back then, like a 19 or 20-year-old back then, or in your position, could just put their stuff out on the internet now
Yeah.
with
No.
and just push it themselves as hard as they can. It's a
Yeah, that,
completely different
yeah,
situation now.
it's a different situation, but there's also a lot of music out there. I
Yeah,
mean,
there's so much.
there's so much. I mean, when we were making records with Main Street, there's hardly anybody recording. Right? It was a big deal. You had to book a studio. It was a lot of money involved,
Right.
and doing it on your own, you had to have a wealthy parents, mom and
Yeah,
dad,
yeah.
or so it was a big deal to have a record deal. They they pitched in, and we made 5 records and plus 2 best of.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah,
That's
and
awesome.
we had a couple of chart hits here in Europe. Yeah,
Okay.
it was more pop. Main Street was
Right.
more pop, you know.
Right.
But then I disbanded Main Street in 1995. It was enough, I
Yeah.
played live gigs, but there was nothing really. There was no future. So I took a sabbatical about 15 years of not playing live, kind of,
Okay.
or not doing, albums per se. But I was always composing and recording in the meantime. So
Okay.
when it got down to my first album, A Matter of Time, it's this one. That was in 2011, you know.
Okay.
That I already had about 48 songs on my hard disk. So
Yeah.
it was hard. It was more of a work choosing the songs for the album, which sort of fit to tell a story. I'm an album guy.
Sure.
Album has to tell a story for me. It has to have kind of a dramatic, sequence to it.
Yeah. Is that a wall of albums behind you, or is that
Oh, that's all albums. Yeah,
wow?
albums.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's, it's all
Very
vinyl.
cool.
Then I got CDs also upstairs. Loads of
Awesome.
CDs. Yeah.
Yeah, I have about 5,000 CDs, but I don't have my records anymore, really. I've got maybe 150 records, but I don't have anything like that. That's awesome.
Oh,
That's
I couldn't really part from my vinyls. I mean, I got Access Bold as Love first edition,
nice.
and
Nice.
the Who Quadrophenia first edition. Those kind of you don't you or Super Session first edition.
Yeah.
Like Bloomfield and Al Cooper and Stephen Stills.
That's
Those are
crazy.
iconic albums, and I mean you can't listen to Access Bold as Love anymore because it's been through many parties.
Sure. Sure, sure.
I had to buy a new record, but the original was still there, you know.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think what happened with me was I got sold on the whole thing that CDs were gonna sound better. So
Yeah.
I kept my record collection for a really long time, but eventually I actually moved over to tapes and then went from tapes to CDs. Um, and I'm kind of trying to rebuild my vinyl collection now.
Yeah.
Um,
I actually my vinyls were in the attic. No, no, yeah, in the basement for a long time because I
yeah,
didn't have a record player.
right.
Had a very small apartment, you know, for a few years. I didn't have a record player. So, but I couldn't bring it over my heart to get rid of them. It's just
Yeah,
too many nice memories, you know. I'm a
yeah, for
sentimental
sure.
guy.
Yeah, I remember in like in what was 94, I think it was the night that Kurt Cobain passed away.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, a friend of mine and I went to a birthday party that night. We had already had it planned.
Mhm.
And then when we came home, we listened to a lot of Jimi Hendrix and some Who and
Yeah.
uh and Nirvana, but it was all on vinyl. Like we listened to a bunch of vinyl records that of artists who we loved who had passed away,
Yeah.
and uh drank some Devil Springs vodka, which I don't you know, but
Yeah.
but
I
yeah,
know.
those kind of things, you know, there's stuff linked to the music, you know, the emotions
I
and that
know.
kind
I
of
mean,
stuff.
I remember clearly when I got the news that John Lennon had been shot. You know, that
Right.
huge shock for me. Huge
Yeah.
shock. You
Yeah.
know, with shortly after that, I wrote a song called "Anytime at All," but I did not have the strength to record it till my last album, till my Talking Loud album. This one. This has got the song called um, "Anytime at All." That's about
Yeah.
John Lennon's death. That's the that's in 2022. I finally
Yeah.
got the courage and the strength to do that song. It almost it was like a stab in my heart. Every time I
Sure.
tried to sing that song, it went really close to me because I've seen the guy and I've talked to him. You know, it's
Yeah.
not something, you know. And for me, John Lennon was most the creative of the Beatles. His songs
Right.
were just still iconic. You know,
Yeah.
great. And when
Absolutely.
he died, that was, and then when George Harrison passed away, I was doing a duo gig for some art exhibition, and we did something, you know, by George Harrison, and I
Yeah.
couldn't finish it. It was just too much, you know. I couldn't
Yeah.
finish it. And I just did, and I announced that I just heard that George Harrison passed away. Excuse me if I can't sing it to the end, you know. All this stuff, you know, these are the
Yeah.
moments you remember exactly, you know, in your life. Yeah, it's been quite an amazing journey. Well, the Grateful Dead would say, "What a long, strange trip it's been."
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. My youngest son is 5. Well, why am I saying he's 5? He's 9 now.
Right.
But when he was 5, he got very, very into the Beatles for a while.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
it was really cool. Like I got to share all this cool music with him, and we would sing Beatles songs together, and he got a mop top haircut,
yeah.
and
Good,
yeah,
great.
and he kept that haircut for years. For 2 or 3 years, he kept that haircut. He just really liked it. So,
Yeah,
um,
yeah. Suddenly when my son was in the first class,
yeah,
suddenly my Beatles albums disappeared in his room. You know,
yeah,
I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm looking for the song called Michelle." I said,
uh,
"Why?" I got a girlfriend. I love her. You know, so I had recorded Michelle for him on cassette tape, like back to back, the whole
yeah.
cassette tape. He was out there just in the dark room listening to Michelle.
Oh,
on
that's awesome.
He was so in love. It was such a beautiful thing. But suddenly my albums were gone. You know,
Right, right, right. Like, where'd they go?
yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, it was
Yeah,
good. It's great. then the next was what was gone with my were Aerosmith albums. Gone. I love
Oh man,
Aerosmith.
yeah,
We love
love
Aerosmith.
Aerosmith.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
It's great to have kids. You know,
Yeah.
I have a song on this album on it's called Rise and Shine on
Yeah,
my first album. It's about my son Mitch. Um,
awesome.
that song took me 10 years to finish, basically, you know, from the
Wow.
first verse to the second verse. I had the first verse, that was no problem.
Right.
This first day of school, you know, first week of school, great. Then
Yeah.
second verse came when he turned 17 and we sort of banged our heads.
Mm. Yeah.
Happens, you know,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
teenagers. Then the second verse came.
Yeah. Right now, my son is my best friend. I mean, we'll see how. I'm sure. I'm sure
Yeah,
it's he's gonna always be my best friend, but
of
we're
course.
probably gonna have some problems when he gets
Oh yeah.
gets older, just like always.
Oh yeah, it's not a
You got to.
problem. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah. You just want
they
to challenge, grow.
they become
But
aware of their personality, and
yeah.
that
Yeah.
becomes the main factor, and they won't
Yeah.
take any advice because why would they? You know?
Yeah. Of course. When I was 16, I thought I was a grown man.
Yeah, sure. Me
I
too.
just yeah.
I,
So
nobody knew where I was when I was 16.
right.
I was gone
Yeah.
from home. You know,
Absolutely.
so I can't blame him. I couldn't
Yeah.
blame him then.
So I want to go back a little bit
Sure.
to the time between Main Street and your solo albums.
Yeah.
Um during that 15 years, you said you continued to write. Did you always know that you were going to return to music as far as recording it and performing it
No,
or
I didn't know that.
okay.
But writing and creating music is a hobby and passion for me. Yeah, so it's always been there, you know. It excites me, you know, when I get an idea. It's also I don't sit down and sort of write songs. I don't do that.
Right.
I, songs come, you know,
Yeah.
there's a thing called the muse, and
Yeah.
then it knocks on my door, and I have to let go of everything and just sit down and get everything I can from that muse at that time.
Yeah.
And it can be within a week, I have like 15 or 20 ideas,
Yeah.
you know, they're always ideas. And I sort of play the ideas, you know, sort of give them chords, get pieces of lyrics in my head, melody, and just I don't record or write them down at all. I just let them sit for
Yeah.
a couple of days or a week. And most of the ideas actually stick in my head, the ones which became songs, and the
Right.
others which were not there anymore, gone. You know,
Yeah.
so that's a great way to filter because earlier during the Main Street days, I used to record on cassette tapes. You know, any little idea I had a lot of crap. I had to throw away 2 crates of cassettes. I never listened to them. Never listened to
Wow.
them. I mean, I sort of said, let me see what kind of ideas are there. Crap. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not everything you play on a guitar or hammer on a keyboard is good, you know? So,
Sure.
so there's huge, there's 2 crates of cassette tape, so music cassettes gone.
Wow.
And from I've stopped recording or writing anything and just hang on to the idea. If it sticks, and it usually the good idea sticks, like this Anytime at All, the
Mm.
song, it's stuck since 1980, you know, 19 when John Lennon was killed.
Right. Right.
And it was there with me, you know, all the time. It was there.
Right.
Even the lyrics were there. I didn't write down anything. You know, I had to change a little bit because the time was different, different generation.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
it was there from the idea to the melody. Everything was there. So I've stopped capturing ideas on saving them on recording them. You know, I only do that when I know, okay, after a week or 2 or a month, I know, okay, it's still there. Okay, then I
Yeah.
work. Yeah. So that's how my music actually always came. I was always getting ideas. I was always getting ideas, and I have a studio right now. I'm in my studio. So
Cool.
so I recorded, you know.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting how that happens? Like usually when I'm busy, I ride a bicycle or I'll go for a walk or even go to a park and like swing or jog or and the songs will come.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're just I'm not trying to write a song. I'm not trying to and it'll just be there all of a sudden. It's
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
it's
it's exactly, and I have to let go of everything. I just have to
yeah,
just let go. If I'm in a car, I just park on the side and sort of start singing the melody. You know, if I'm home, pick up a guitar or a keyboard, you know, piano, and just start sort of giving it a little bit of a structure that it stays. You know, but that's
yeah,
it. That's all I do. Keep playing. You know, maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then
yeah,
the next idea comes. It just evolves. A new idea sort of evolves. It's really amazing how it's almost like a floodgates opening, you know, and you get
absolutely.
like ideas thrown at you. It's amazing. Just
Yeah.
hang on. It's like apples falling
Where are
down.
they
Hang
coming
on.
from? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It happens to me, you know, it happens to me all the time. And
right,
then months, nothing, you know, just
right.
months,
Yeah,
nothing. So,
yeah,
you know, I used to get really frustrated when I was younger that I don't have any ideas. But then I realized, you know, you have to just wait for it, you know, wait for it. And when it comes, you know, grab it. So
yeah,
I can't write on command, you know.
yeah. Me either.
I
I've
can't,
I can't just sit down and
no,
yeah, that's
doesn't
have to
work.
wait for it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what actually what made you decide to go in and start recording the songs again and performing?
Well, I always work with some musician friends, like
Okay.
drummers, you know, and my drummer, he's from free jazz. He's actually a free jazz drummer.
Nice.
Excellent drummer. These
Best
guys have
drummers.
got
Yeah,
best drummers.
absolutely. Yeah.
He's got such a repertoire, man. You can throw
Yeah.
any idea at him and he'll bring out a groove. He's
Yep.
wow, you know. And he's from Italy. He's from Sardinia. So
Cool.
he's very open, very direct. So he
Yeah.
said, AJ, you got so many songs, man. Why don't you do something with it? So I said, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Then one time, shortly afterwards, my cousin of mine, cousin sister of mine, who was a singer back in the early 60s, very, very popular Bollywood singer. She
Okay.
had given up singing because she had cancer
Oh,
and she had stopped singing professionally, but she did sing, you know, for pleasure. So
yeah.
she came and visited. They came and visited us, and I took her to the studio and played my music, and she listened to it, and she liked it. And then one song she stuck. She said, "Hang on, I want to sing this one." I looked at her. Wow,
Yeah.
oh, she wants to sing on one of my songs. So she sat there. She just did a sort of vocal melody. It's called in Hindi. It's called alap. It's
Okay.
sort of introduction to the melody of the song. You always get that in the Indian classical music, the introduction, then the main piece. So she did on top of my music, just that kind of stuff, and that's the title song. That's a matter of time. The
Okay.
title song, you know, and you
Yeah.
listen to that song, it just takes you away. And that was sort of the trigger. I said, now I've got to do this. I've got to bring out that album because my cousin sister Shanti, she's singing on that album, which is a big deal. I mean,
Right.
she had so many offers from radio stations and from Bollywood's, you know, producers. She said, "Look, I'm not there anymore since my cancer.
Right.
I won't be that." But on my song, she actually, I want to sing this.
That's awesome.
Amazing. And she did a great work. If you listen to that song, it's on all the streaming platform. The
That's
title
really
song,
cool.
Matter of Time. That was the trigger. That said, okay, now, and I called Fausto, my drummer. I said, Fausto, I'm doing the album. He said, yay.
Awesome. Excellent.
Yeah, that
That's
was the
really cool.
start. Yeah. since then I have I have 7 albums and an EP. So it's 6 albums and an EP. Sorry, six
Oh,
albums.
hey, awesome. So, you got nominated for a Grammy in 2017.
Yeah.
What was the category, and I
It's the
mean, what was
best rock song.
awesome?
Mm.
What was that like? Like, I can't even imagine
It was
getting that kind of recognition.
It's awesome. It's
Yeah.
amazing. I mean, it was truly amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't expect it, but I got nominated.
Right.
Somewhere. Well,
Yeah.
I'm saying my music, my solo career was actually started in the States.
Yeah.
When I had my first album, solo album, A Matter of Time, put together, I sent out something like over 3,000 emails to record companies, radio stations, asking them if they'd like to release it, distribute the album. From record companies, I got nothing. I got one standard email answer
Yeah.
saying, your music is not bad, but it doesn't fit the genre, blah, 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 saying.
Right.
So I said, okay, internet is my friend. Let's see what
Yeah.
we can do here, So it was an extremely steep learning curve I had to go through at the beginning, but it was fun. I mean, I spent nights just writing to all the radio stations, college radio stations in the States and Canada and everywhere, community radio stations. But because I knew my music has that American, soul.
Yeah.
Although I'm Indian, but somehow I am American in my soul. Yeah, I've always loved American music,
Right. Yeah. I
And
mean, I was like I said, I was listening to a lot of your music leading up to the interview, and it's hard to categorize.
yeah,
I think there's definitely some Americana influences and roots rock influences.
Yeah.
You could obviously hear some jazz in there.
yeah.
But that's a lot of different, there's a lot of stuff going on, but it's good. It's just good
Yeah.
music,
That's one thing the people have thrown back at me. I'm too eclectic, but
Yeah.
I am who I am. So
Yeah, exactly.
and
I mean-
I hate to copy myself and
Right.
repeat myself. Each one of my albums is actually different. If you listen
Yeah.
to them, they have a different theme. The songs are different. There's a sort of a red thread going through. That's me, my voice, and how I sing
Sure.
and how I articulate. But each one of my albums is different. It's completely. I mean, I've even released a remix album, which was done by DJs and producers.
Nice.
Yeah, that was during the pandemic. That album. That's only digital, and that's.
Okay.
I didn't make a physical one. That back then there was no point making a physical album.
Right. No one was really going out and buying albums back
No.
then. Yeah.
So
Um,
I just do my thing. And as soon as I feel that I'm repeating myself or copying myself, I just
Start something else. Yeah.
swipe off next.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm like that. I don't. I mean, I can live off music, which
Yeah.
is a thing because I've been making music for such a long time, so I'm still getting royalties from way back then. When
right.
when records were sold and still people buy my albums. Albums are being bought.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, the only really eclectic artists that I can think of who really got a lot of mainstream support, like Neil Young and David Bowie.
Oh, yeah. David
know-
Bowie is my soul guru.
Oh yeah,
He's my
absolutely.
soul guru. He's somebody that was also one of the biggest, saddest moments in my life when I heard that
Oh.
he passed away.
It was so hard.
He was
Yeah.
so close, to my heart. I mean,
Yeah.
he was amazing. He was amazing. He was exactly, you know, and I read much later after his death. I read watched interviews, and I read the book, his
Yeah.
his biography, and it's his thought process is exactly like mine. You know, he
Right.
didn't want to. He hated to repeat himself. You know?
Right. Right.
And he tried everything. He tried all kind of things. You know, took risks. You
Yeah.
know, and also helped a lot of musicians. That was
Yeah.
amazing.
Absolutely.
Really, really good. You know, mentor to a lot of people, which is
Yeah.
missing these days. You know, people are sort
Oh
of
yeah, for sure.
alone. You know, people are lone rangers. You know,
Yeah.
let's do our thing. You know, internet. Who needs to meet people? Eh? We got the face.
Yeah. We got
We
YouTube.
got the video,
Right.
Facebook. I mean,
Right.
but I'm the older generation. I like to talk to people, you know, and I have no problems talking to people. So I'd rather pick up the phone and call, you know, and
Yeah.
that helped out when I sent my albums out, my first album out. I got emails back, and people asked me if you could, you know, tune into the program. So my music got played in community radio stations in the States and college radio stations. That was the
Sure.
start. Boom.
Awesome.
And then I got connected to a promoter in the States who said, I've been hearing a lot of your music, but do you have something new? So I made an EP, which was only for the Americana market, Americana radio stations.
Oh, cool.
EP called Come See Conquer. And the title song, was in the AMA charts for a long time. So
Awesome.
that's why that's why the nomination and all that, my music is better known in the States and Canada, North
Right.
America. It's here. I've only now started, you know, building up, you know, followers and fans and media people have become aware of my music.
Yeah.
It's always good to come from the States. Eh? You know?
Right. Sure. So you actually got that Grammy nomination as an independent artist? Is that
That-
wow?
Yeah.
Congratulations, man.
That was
That's amazing.
major.
That's really
I know.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually I think the way that I came across your music was through an Americana newsletter, actually. I get an email from about Americana music, and I'm pretty sure that there was like a review of one of your albums or something in there.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, or maybe it was a video of a live performance or something like that. But
Mm,
and I
yeah.
clicked on it and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool, man. So and then that's how I got into your music. So
Yeah, I got a lot of press in the States and Canada. A lot of it, you know, people have. It's also I've built a sort of a relationship with them now over the years. You know, I've
yeah,
released much music, but even the start of, you know, from the first album, most of the press was coming from North America. You know,
right.
yes, and they were all. I mean, they loved my music. You know, and they also liked my balls to actually do Americana, being an Indian living in Switzerland, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy.
You know,
But I mean, yeah.
they say, hey, this is Americana.
Yeah, definitely.
This guy understands it, you know, which is pretty cool, you know.
Yeah. I mean, music is global,
Yeah.
you know? I mean, it really just is. If you think about how many bands that are from America who emulate British bands,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
you
And they're
know, I
great.
mean, there's
Great.
so many there was a band from Chicago called the Poster Children.
Hmm.
They were around in the 90s, and I just found out like last month that they were from Chicago. I thought they were a British band this
British
whole
band.
time. Yeah, the whole time.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
That's sort of somehow your soul has that affinity to certain, you know, culture or certain musical culture, and mine was from the start. I mean, the first song I learned on the guitar was Sloop John B. It can't be more Americana than that, you know.
yeah, it's a great song.
It's a great song and easy to play, man.
I used to sing that song while I was at work I worked in a factory and I just
Yeah.
wanted to leave. I used to sing that song while I was working all the time. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a great song.
that's the first one I learned. So
Awesome.
that's my roots.
Yeah, cool. Um, so yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Just soaking everything in for a minute, man. So what have you said your most recent album is the Talking Loud album?
Nope. Most recent album is Blow My Cover. This
Oh,
one.
Blow My Cover, right. Okay, yeah, I was reading about that one.
Blow My Cover is actually my songs, which have
Okay.
already been released, but they've been covered by musicians from all over the world.
Right.
And I did that as an act of self-preservation during the pandemic. You know,
Okay.
you can imagine, I mean, I'm not the only musicians who went down the rabbit hole. You know, everything within 2 weeks, everything was gone. All the
Sure.
concerts, all the gigs, all the studio, you know, stuff, everything was canceled.
Yeah.
And there was no light at the end of the tunnel, no end of the tunnel in sight, you know. That's
Right.
and I went down in a major downward spiral. So my girlfriend, she said, I said, look, I have no control over my life, you know. And she said, look, AJ, yeah, nobody has that. But why don't you do something with that? Why don't you give up control over your music and do something with that, you know? Then I thought, okay, that's could be something. So I made a list of about 25 musicians whom
Yeah.
I've some of them I worked with, but most of them I admired, you know, from all the genres, from classical music to, you know, world music and everything, jazz. And and I listened to their music and sort of picked out some songs which I thought would fit in their style. Be they would be sort of closer to that. And I sent out emails, 25 emails to the musicians, say, look, I'm AJ, you don't know me or you know me. Um, we have nothing to do right now, but if you're here are a couple of songs which I've already released. And my idea would be that you take one or more than one song and do something with total freedom. I will not tell you what kind of structure, what you do, whatever you feel like doing with my song. Just send it to me if you feel like. And I will also not follow up on this email. So if I don't hear from you, cool.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe I get one or two back and I'll take them, put them on my next album. I got 13 songs back. People were
Awesome.
so happy. They were
Yeah,
so
to have
happy.
something to do.
They were so happy to do something. I mean,
Yeah.
especially classical musician. There's a harp player from Buenos Aires, from Argentina, and I've seen her play here. You know, and
Yeah.
harp usually is a very angelic instrument. You know, sort of fine. And she would play the South American kind of feeling. Really, South America is very straight, very forceful harp playing.
Okay.
She was an amazing harp player. I saw her here years back, and I thought I've never heard a harp player playing like that, you know.
Right.
So I Googled her, and you know, I knew her name, so I Googled her and found out, and she was really happy to get the email. She said, "Do you have score for that?" I said, "No, the idea is that you do something with
You
that."
do it. Yeah.
Yeah. She said, "Wow, love it, love it. That's exactly what I need in these days, you know,
Oh,
put
man.
my mind, you know." And you know, and then same thing happened with the koto player in Japan. I wrote to her, you know, and she
Yeah.
had to go through the Google translator to doesn't speak English.
Right. Right.
And she picked out one song called Ordinary Memory, and she sent me the first track like you know, the track started coming. I forgot about the email, you know, just
Right.
waited for about 2 months and I got the first track from Chicago, from a jazz guitarist in Chicago. I said, wow, here comes the first one, you know?
Right.
And then things started moving, you know? People started sending me one or two songs, their ideas. And I said, your idea, perfect. Just work on it. I'm not gonna criticize, not gonna even comment on your idea. It's good. Do whatever you feel. Again, my idea was to just completely give up control and take
Yeah.
what I get back and try to sing on top of that. You know, it's just my vocals and what I got back from the musicians. So it's a
That is
very
so
very
cool.
simple album, but a very very soulful, very intimate kind of album.
Yeah, that is really cool.
That
That's
was an amazing experiment.
yeah,
Yeah.
man. And I mean, I think the music community during the lockdown, everybody was kind of trying to do things like that. Like I saw so many videos of musicians who just reached out to other musicians and they jammed together
Damned, yeah,
and
yeah,
and
yeah.
made uh these cool like collaborations where
Yeah,
every musician was playing a part even though they weren't in the same room and
yeah, yeah.
or you know
It was an
even in the
amazing
same city. Yeah.
for musicians. This pandemic was actually quite a creative
Yeah.
phase, even though
Yeah.
we were like completely down, financially and
Right, right.
didn't have anything to do, but creative, creativity wise, we were extremely. It was the best phase in my life so far.
Right.
I finished Talking Loud album. This
Okay.
one
Yeah. Yeah.
finished during the pandemic. Started this one, Blow My Cover. I did
Okay.
a project with a blues musician from Detroit, single. Let's Come
Awesome.
Together. It's got a fantastic video. It's a really positive song.
Yeah.
If you check it out, it's called Let's Come Together. It's really
Oh,
cool.
cool. Cool.
And then I was also a part of a Swiss musicians project, which is called What's Yours Is Mine.
Awesome.
So it's actually Swiss musicians, rock musicians, hardcore musicians
Yeah.
doing a cover version of another band's song,
Okay.
So I did a cover version of a punk rock group, a Swiss group.
Awesome.
Then my song, you know, what was the song they did? Here's the Love. Here's the Love is actually a pretty cool Americana kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah.
There was a
That's awesome.
hardcore version of Here's the Love. Amazing.
That's awesome.
Totally cool. Heavy,
Yeah.
cool.
That's so
Totally.
cool.
Yeah, that was so a lot of things happened during the pandemic, which I thought in retrospective were really good. But the
Right.
beginning was very, very disturbing.
Yeah. Yeah. I I was actually at the time I was running a professional wrestling company.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and a friend of mine had just passed away from cancer, and
Oh,
he left behind a child, a special needs child, like he's pretty autistic,
mhm.
and he was a pro wrestler, and so
Okay.
we were putting together a benefit show for him,
Cool.
and we ended up not being able to do it because of the
Of course.
pandemic, and that
Of
was
course.
hard. Yeah, and I actually ended up shutting down and selling all my stuff, like my wrestling rig and everything, because I didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And that
Nobody
was
knew.
kind
Yeah,
of at the
nobody knew.
beginning, no one knew, right? At first, we were just like, oh, it's just a cold, this will be fine. And then a couple months later, it
Oh,
just kept getting worse and worse. And yeah, it
yeah.
was,
I mean, I was watching North Italy, Bergamo. It's about 2 hours drive from here,
yeah.
and they were carting off dead bodies in trucks.
Oh,
That was not fun to watch.
yeah.
They were piled
Sports.
up. The dead
Right.
bodies piled up in coffins. Back then, they
Oh,
still had coffins in front of the hospital, piled up, and they loaded them in refrigerated trucks and
wow.
moved them. They couldn't bury them in the same town because there was no space. That
Right.
and that was too close for comfort. It was just
Yeah,
two
of
hours
course.
drive. And
Right.
then the shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
It was bad. Here it was
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
Right. Right.
I knew it's not a cold. I mean, you don't
Yeah. Well, I
you
mean, I
don't
guess I'm more like in the US. That was kind of what people thought in the beginning. Like,
Yeah, well, that was also being communicated in the US.
yeah,
So,
yeah. They were trying to keep us calm, you know,
yeah,
and
but
then
here it was clear, it's deadly.
yeah,
Don't from the start, just locked down, everything locked down,
yeah. I think it took. We first started hearing about it in February, and I think it took until like March or April, maybe even June, before they really got serious about it here. You
Yeah,
know, and if
yeah.
they had, maybe if they had acted a little sooner, it would have. I don't know.
That's it. I think you should,
Yeah,
we can talk about it in retrospective. Who knows
right. But
what happened.
it
Yeah.
what happened
Yeah,
happened.
but it was very bad. I mean,
Yeah,
people, thank God the official message was it's bad.
right,
Don't
right.
don't go close to people. It's bad. Just stay away from
Yeah,
them. You know. So there was
yeah,
no such thing as, it's cold and go out and,
right, right. But
people were pretty serious about that because first of
yeah,
all, nobody knew what it was. That's the
right,
thing. Yeah.
right.
It's just complete and unknown. Although they did, it's pretty close to the SARS epidemic, which was
Right.
it's in 2000, but it
Yeah.
didn't take off like COVID did. So SARS is
Right. Right. I had
actually pretty.
SARS.
It's SARS. It's actually SARS virus. So
Right.
they already knew, the scientists already knew that and they had already started research and development of vaccines back then. They
You're
just
right.
didn't finish it because there was no need for a mass
We wiped
production.
it out. Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
was a good fortune we had, that scientists were already.
Already working on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So,
pandemic was good. So there was a lot of stuff going on. So that was.
yeah. So yeah, steering back towards the original point of it was you see that kind of stuff in the world, and as someone who's a creative person, you have a response to it, um and you can't keep it like it's hard to just shut everything off and be locked away, so you have to come up with some kind of an outlet for
Oh yeah,
all this stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I was in the studio. I got a bed back there. I used to lay in the bed, just play records the whole day.
Yeah. Sure. Sure.
It was
Sure.
there. I was in a bad space till
Right.
sort of till the whole mindset changed with this idea. I had
Yeah.
something to do. Yeah, I write to these people. I knew I have to finish my Talking Loud album. It
Yeah.
was already pretty much recorded before the pandemic. I had to do some overdubs and stuff, which wasn't a problem.
Right.
So I did the mix. The mix was done in Ventura, California. So that was all through the internet, So that was okay.
Yeah.
So that was sort of this blow my cover idea was this kind of the trigger that got everything moving for me during the pandemic.
Right. Right. And then there you go. And now you've got this one of a kind album, really. It's
Yeah, it's
very
unique.
cool.
Really unique. It's if you
Yeah.
listen to it, they're so different, but still they come together. They bind sort of. And you listen to the whole album, it's got a story, it tells a story,
Right.
and it's got such fantastic instruments on it. I would never have worked with those kind of instruments. I mean, I've got a Swiss knob accordion.
Okay.
It's a folk music thing,
Yeah, sure. Right.
I would never. I mean, I'm a rock musician.
Right. Right.
I would
Right.
never do that. But I got this guy,
Yeah.
he wrote to
That's
him
awesome.
that said, "Sure, I'll do it." And
Yeah. Why not? That's awesome. That's awesome.
yeah, and yeah, it was a really good experience for me and also for the musicians who performed.
Yeah.
Really
Cool.
good.
Yeah. So, where can people find you on the internet and listen to you and purchase your albums? I mean, obviously you have physical albums, and as a collector of physical media, that excites me. I want to get my hands on them. So
You can get physical albums on on major platforms like Amazon. You can get all my physical albums,
Okay.
and you can also order it or drop me an email on my website. Website is the best place because it's got all the social media links, all the streaming platform links. I'm on all the
Awesome.
streaming platforms. So go on my website, ajmathur.com. That's AJ Mathur, one word, AJAYMATHUR, ajmathur.com. And
Awesome.
that's where you got all the YouTube links, YouTube channel, everything is there. So it's kind of a hub,
Cool.
for me, because it's a good place to start. You
Yeah,
get,
and then you explore from there.
and
Yeah.
I get a lot of emails. People do write to me, and I'm building a good community right now, So if you write to me, I'll send you an invitation to join my community. So that's
Awesome.
where I share new ideas, new music, which is far from being released, and sort of in the experimental phase. So that's also quite exciting to get feedback from people, because I'm like I said, I'm composing and recording already for the next project, whatever it might,
Awesome.
album
Yeah.
or whatever. So that would be the ajmathur.com. That would be the
Cool.
place.
All right. You kind of hit on my next part, which was if you're working on anything. So obviously you are working on things right now. So
I
very cool.
I constantly, like I said, as soon as the muse knocks at my door,
Yeah.
I get the ideas, and some of those ideas have actually culminated in real songs, and I've already got like 24 songs. I like to have a big list so I can
Yeah.
choose from, because the album, once I get to the album, that needs to tell a story for me always. And
Sure.
every album of mine has a theme, which which so so that needs to sort of fit. So I need lots of music to sort of pick and choose the songs which will fit on the album.
Cool. Cool.
So, but what I'm going to do is end of the year, during the holiday season, I'm gonna release a song which is sort of celebrating the miracles that happen on daily
Awesome.
basis. It's
Yeah.
nothing religious about it. It's just
Sure.
you do things, you experience stuff, and you can't explain. It's just
Yeah.
there, and it just takes your breath away. That's that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
and it's simple
Like what a
things.
wonderful world.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
simple thing. You go out on the mountaintop around the corner, and you see this beautiful view of snow-covered Alps, and you just stand there and say, wow. It's just little things, these kind of things.
Absolutely.
They are there. They've been there hundreds of years. But
Right.
when you see them, and that moment with that state of mind, that's when it clicks, and it just completely fills you with positive energy. It just excites you, just the sight of it, and it stays in your head. It stays in your head, that kind of inspiration. And
Yeah. Yeah.
that's what the song is about, those little things.
Man, I can't wait to hear it. Honestly, that sounds
You'll be on the
yeah.
list.
Awesome. So we kind of like to ask the same question of everyone before we wrap things up. This is the question that we posed to everybody. And as a creative person experiencing the ups and downs of life, you took 15 years off where you weren't recording anything. What is it that keeps you creating and keeps you going and keeps you wanting to put things out into the world?
There are two things. One is keep on creating, and second is putting things out in the world. They're two different things. I mean,
Sure.
I've been in the phase where I've just created, those 15 years, I just created. I had absolutely no urge, no reason to put anything out. I thought that I will not put out anything, till I
Yeah.
got talking into, and these things happened. Those trigger moments happened, like my cousin sisters came and sang on one of my songs. I said, this is it. I've got to put that out. So creative process it's what shall I say? You know, it's like a habit. It's not a habit. It's my output. It's my outlet. That's what I do when my life gets complicated. I make music. When when I'm really happy, I make music. It's a stuff which I can sort of, it's my outlet to all kind of things. You know, that's music for me. You know, creating music. Making albums or singles is a different thing. Is then, you know, then it's more the work you do put into the, you know, recording and you know, thinning out stuff, you know, producing, and then promoting. This is all pretty, you know, standard stuff you do,
Right.
or non-standard stuff you can do. So creating music is something, it's a need. It's like breathing, you know,
Right. Right.
eating, you know, that's and as long as I get ideas, I'm gonna write songs and create songs and record songs, because I can record, you know, and I'm gonna keep on doing it. How long I'm gonna make albums? It has to be that trigger moment all the time. Every album has been triggered by something, and that trigger moment, if once it comes, then I'm ready to actually think in terms of an album. You know, think in terms of a story. Yeah,
Awesome. Well, AJ, I want to thank you for this conversation. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been smiling almost the whole time. Talking to you,
it's a great pleasure talking to
it's
you.
joyful, man.
It's such a great conversation. It
Yeah,
seems like I've known you forever. You know, that's
for sure, man.
yeah,
This has been great.
amazing. It's
Definitely.
great talking to
So
you. Thanks a lot for having me
you
here.
too. Oh, absolutely. I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and sharing your journey with us. This has been cool, man. So, everybody, I want to thank my producer Tyler and ME Studios. Again, thanks AJ for coming on the show. I'm Keith. This has been the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast, and make sure you tune in next week. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith, and today we have a actress, model, singer, entrepreneur, just an all-around amazing entertainment entity, Keldamuzik, aka Diva, here with us this week. Kelda, thank you so much for being on the podcast.
Hey, what
We
up,
appreciate
Pete?
you being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm excited to do this. So,
Yeah.
so before we actually get into the meat of the podcast, I did want to ask you something before we even. I listened to some of your music before we did this. Obviously,
Mhm.
it's and I noticed that you sing and you rap. Right? That's you doing both. I would assume, right? On the
No,
tracks.
I just rap.
Oh, okay.
I hire singers to sing
Gotcha.
on my hook, or if I do sing, it's just like a little bit,
Oh, okay.
harmonizing a little bit, but not,
Okay.
not
Oh,
singing.
gotcha. Okay, so that
Mhm,
kind of blows my question out of the water because I was gonna ask, like, because I'm a big fan of like Lauryn Hill
mhm.
and Mary J. Blige and people like that who came up and both sang and rapped, and I just was wondering how that influenced you, but yeah, I guess if you're not the one singing, then that doesn't really. But
Yeah, yeah. No, I wish
oh,
I had those kind of vocal cords.
sure,
It takes a
yeah,
lot.
It's
But
amazing when you can go back and forth, between the two. So it's
heck
pretty
yeah,
cool.
definitely.
All
Yeah.
right. All right. So the other thing that I wanted to ask, I guess, to start things off is,
Mhm,
originally when you got into the entertainment business and the creative side of things, you were an
mhm.
actress.
Yep, yep.
And what is it that made you decide that you wanted to act? Like, do you remember when you first got that idea in your head, and what was it that sort of sparked it?
Yeah, yeah. I've been acting since I was a kid, and it was the mom's idea first. It was
Sure.
like she just saw stars and dollar signs in her eyes, and eventually just enrolled me in hella different acting classes and talent agencies, casting companies, and I'm like 5 or 6 years old reading these long scripts and monologues and commercials and stuff, and just really prepping myself before I go on all these auditions. And along the way I met a lot of other um child actors too, and networked with my mom and I would network with other families, other parents who are managing their children's acting career, and we're doing photo shoots together with a couple photographers, presented by the agency, and just from there, that's just what for me, that's what created the spark, and that's what also led me to do other things in the entertainment industry. So yeah, it all started from, you know, being a child actress turn model, turn artist, turn actress again, and
Right.
entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you first started, did it seem like more like a job to you then? Because we've actually never had anyone who started in the business this young on the podcast. So I'm interested to see what that's like. Like, was it like a job, like you knew you were out there to make money for your family and yourself or whatever, or
hmm
uh was it something like inside of you that you felt like you really wanted to do? Like, how did that process work?
Yeah, it felt like a chore. You know what I mean? It felt like
Sure.
a after school extracurricular activity or something. You know what I mean? It didn't really at first. It didn't really feel like it was something that I wanted to do. Like, as a kid, we want to go hang out with friends. We look forward to, having birthday parties, going to birthday parties. But, I gotta stay in Friday night and instead of watching TGIF, I'm practicing my commercial for my audition um the next day. So it did feel like a chore, and the reward from it all is what I've accomplished today.
Sure.
Um, you can't expect anything to happen overnight or immediately, especially, as a kid. It's just so many politics involved, right? Because now you got to deal
Yep.
with the parent, and now the parent has, their restrictions and limitations as far as what you can do with their child, and then also too, as a kid, a lot of people forget that you need a work permit, and in order to have a work permit and to maintain a work permit, you need to have a grade point average of, I think it's 2.5 or 3.0. And my grades were slipping badly. So there were times where I couldn't go on auditions because it would be pointless if I got hired. I couldn't work, and I remember I used to just tell myself, I can't wait till I turn 18 so I don't have to go through this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, because I was just a little badass in school,
Right.
and didn't school just wasn't my thing, and never really cared about it, unfortunately. But that also prevented me from, again, being a child working actress. You know what I
Right.
mean? So I don't know. I was just kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Um, but eventually, things kicked in. I started getting better grades because I realized, okay, I do like doing this. I do want to do this. So once I hit middle school, I started doing really better, and then from there, I was able to obtain work. Being an extra, and just pursuing it and
Yeah.
liking it.
Do you remember what it was, like what the moment was where that kind of switched for you, where it became something that you wanted to pursue?
Yeah, it switched. I would say it really switched. I would say when I was in eighth grade, it really switched because I started modeling more, and I liked the fact that I was modeling. I liked walking in fashion shows and taking pictures. People always tell me, they're like, "Oh my gosh, you are not camera shy. You're very camera friendly and you love the camera." And I'm like, "Yeah, I do."
Right.
So um yeah, that's what really sparked my interest to where I was like, okay, I want to do this. I want to pursue this, and I want to do more than just modeling. I want to do more than just acting. I want to do music. I want to do performing arts. I want to be in theater. Uh, and yeah, everything just like took off from there.
Awesome. So, as far as the acting and the modeling, you were doing those simultaneously
Yeah, yeah, I was doing it
and going to
simultaneously.
school.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
a lot. That's a lot to take on,
it
especially that
is.
young.
Yeah, it
So,
is. And just imagine like all the TV shows that we used to watch a long time ago, like Full House, Family Matters, Step
yeah,
by Step, Boy Meets World. All of those kids had to balance school and acting.
yeah,
And they'll always have a teacher on set, right, um to teach you and to be help you with your homework and stuff, but it wasn't the same type of attention that you would have in regular school.
sure,
So, but it was enough to, catch you up on, the basics, right? English, math, science, social studies, science or whatever. But at the end of the day, it was really about, okay, make sure you have your script memorized too.
right,
You know what I mean? And be on set on time and make sure you're healthy and you're eating 3 times a day, and we got to make sure that your weight is in check. Just
right.
it's almost like you're a robot.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's important to have somebody there, especially for the kids to check on their health, though. I feel
Yeah,
like because
yeah.
I'm actually pretty interested in the whole process of child actors and child stars. I've been watching for as long
Hmm.
as I can remember, like different documentaries and things like that. And it seems like a lot of them, the ones who have good onset tutors and a good support system, are the ones who really came through it all right. You know,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's a good point. Support system. You need whoever it is that's managing you, your parents, or if they, assign someone else to manage you, you really need a strong support system because you're a child, you're fragile, you're sensitive, and you don't really, your mind is not mature yet to where you understand what's going on and what people are talking about or how the way they're talking to you. So you really do need a good support system and people who could thoroughly explain to you what the process is or what's going on. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of these children today may not have the same support, which is why later you hear about suicide, drugs,
right.
violence, just a whole bunch of unnecessary behavior
Yeah.
that happens because the lack of support.
Right, right. Well, I remember like the Different Strokes cast from the '80s. I mean, they fell apart. You know,
Hmm.
all three of them just, man, once they got older, their whole lives just
Yeah,
kind of went bad. You know, and it's hard to
yeah.
see stuff like that. But I'm actually going to be in a movie here. I'm filming at the end of the month, and I
Oh,
started
wow.
out. I was going to be kind of featured, and now I'm an extra. My part just kept getting reduced. I mean, it is what it is. But they
Right.
had a role for they had a role for it was like 3 or 4 lines, and it was the younger version of the star of the movie.
Oh,
And
okay.
my son is 9, and he does YouTube videos, and he writes
Hmm.
music, and he draws, and he's just like he's a big ham, and he plays basketball really, really well. So
Hmm.
he wants to do that kind of thing when he gets older, you know.
Hmm.
Um, He's already a YouTuber, if you will. So
Oh, okay.
he's got more subscribers and views and stuff than I do. So I mean, but I figured I'd set up an audition for him, and then when it came time to audition, he just didn't want to do it,
Oh,
and
wow.
he
Mm-hmm.
just didn't want to. He wants to do his own stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
so I was just like, you know what, guys, I'm sorry, it's just not going to work. And I didn't make him, I didn't push him, um, because
Yeah.
I know he's creative and I know he's going to do something. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't want to make him feel like he had to do this audition like for
Yeah.
me. I wanted it all to be for him. So if he wanted to
Yeah.
do it,
No, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be.
yeah,
The second you force your child to do anything, it's just kind of like, okay, this is like forcing me to do homework and just things that
right,
don't really interest me, you know what I mean? So,
right,
yeah, if he
yeah,
doesn't want to do it, then yeah, hey, okay, cool. Let's continue to be a YouTuber. You know what I mean? If
right,
that's what you want to
yeah,
do, hey.
yeah, exactly. I don't even know if he has any interest in acting. It just was an opportunity that came up, and it was kind of in the vein of what he does. And I was just like, let's try it. And he was just
Hmm.
like he was in the room with me, ready to go, and then he was just like, nah. And I was like, all right, dude, I'll tell him no. I'm not. And that
Right.
was it. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the end of it. But um,
Yeah.
so the transition from a child actor and a child model into an adult in the entertainment
Mhm.
business, what was that experience like? Because a lot of people have a hard time with that. How did that go for you?
Yeah, it was it was good because I took a break for a while and focused on being a teenager and actually played soccer for 7 years and just really got deep into friends and school activities, stuff like that, even, drama, all that stuff that comes with being a high school student. So, even though I still had the drive and the want and the ambition to still do, acting and modeling, um, I told myself, I said, well, let's look into music because I started writing a lot. And when I started writing a lot, I'm like, I need to apply this to some beats. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so yeah, it was just crazy. Like in high school, I was always in the library, going on what was it, not SoundCloud, I think it was like SoundClick, and
yeah,
I'm looking up different producers and mixtape tracks, and at the same time, I'm looking at local independent labels to see who's looking for an artist to produce. Like I was just that's where my focus was, but I still was enjoying high school and just being a kid still.
yeah, yeah. So what is it that draws you to a beat? Because honestly, like I actually noticed a lot of your production
Hmm.
um is almost like throwback stuff. Like a lot of it sounds like electro, like
Hmm.
Africa Bambaataa and Nucleus and stuff like that. And I really
Yeah.
like that. I dig it. So that's I grew up on that stuff. So I really liked it. But yeah, what is
Oh,
it that
yeah.
draws you to that kind of production or just production in general? Like what do you look for?
Oh gosh. You know what? I just I like all kinds of music, all kinds of beats. So it's just really what just captures your mind, your interest, your brain. You know what I mean? And when it's a track that you really like, it's kind of like you write it in your head already when you hear it, you know? And I always tell artists, if you have to ask the producer, oh, let me hear that again, give me a day to listen to it, then that's not the beat for you. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
You like what you like. And when you instantly listen to something and you know that not only you can write to it, but you can make a song out of it to where other people will like it, that's how you know that that's your hit. It may not
Yeah.
be a global hit or whatever, but that's your hit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just like when you see like a good looking chick in public or a good looking guy, like instantly like, whoa, she's hot. You know what I mean? Not like, oh hey, let me get to know her. She's cool. Hey.
Yeah.
So that's how it is with me in music. And there's times too with the producer, I'll sit there and I'll help him arrange the music where I'm telling him, play this instrument, play this key, that key, play this sound effect, and let's see what it sounds like together. It's like making a soup, and we're just grabbing all these ingredients and mixing it together, and then voila, this is a hot track. You know what I
Right.
mean? So again, I always tell artists, if it's not instantly something that you're feeling, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't purchase the beat. I wouldn't do nothing. Don't even do a mixtape over it, because that means you're not going to deliver your best on the
Right.
song.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah,
So you mentioned hits and going global and things like that. You've had some of your music featured on some pretty popular television shows and things like that. Like, how did that come about?
yeah, yeah. Shoot, I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, me and my team, we're go getters, and the whole thing is, if you're gonna make music, you're gonna invest in music, then you got to do something with your music. You know what I mean? Don't just let it sit there and exist. Let others know that it exists.
Right.
So, we just did a lot of outreach to different licensing companies and inquiring about submitting our music to be placed in their libraries and to be considered for future film and TV projects. And from there, it'll sit in their library, but at least it's getting listened to by you know, different people every day to see who wants to purchase or download or use it for whatever they want to use it for.
Well, that's awesome. So yeah, I mean, it could happen anytime, I guess. Like people catches somebody's ear and they all of a sudden it's in a movie or that's
Yeah,
very cool.
yeah,
That,
yeah. It's
uh,
and really it's the way to go right now for artists because of the whole streaming thing, and
right,
artists not, making enough money like they normally do.
right.
So, licensing, doing shows as well as endorsement deals, influencer deals, that's like how you make your money right now as an artist.
Yeah, streaming has completely changed music. I mean, it's changed film, it's changed almost every form of entertainment, honestly. Like it's
Yeah,
opened things up so that more people can be heard, but at the same time, like
yeah.
you said, the money's not there like it used to be. Um
Mm-hmm.
and and it's crowded,
Very
because
crowded.
I could put a song out right now. I could get, a 4 track or whatever and just put something out there and
Yeah.
who knows what could, but anybody can basically if you have the technology. I mean, we practically have music studios on our phone at this point.
Yeah. Oh
So
gosh. And then you got
yeah,
AI, right?
right. Oh
There's all
yeah,
kind of AI apps now that are like, okay, give me a few sentences and we could write a whole verse for you, a whole
right,
song. We could pick
right.
a beat for you. You know what I mean? We could be your record label.
Yeah,
It's just, but yeah, you're right. The game is oversaturated, and for new artists, that's cool, right? Because like you said, if you released a song right now, a track right now, even if you got 5 views, 5 listeners, those are 5 people who took the time to
yeah,
to hear what you made. You know what I mean? And you may not be getting paid for it, but you'll be happy with that because it's like, hey, I'm not
yeah,
really trying to do this. Whereas an established artist who's been doing this for years and who, depends on this as their income, they release music and they're getting all these streams, but they're not seeing any money from it. You know
right.
what I mean? So yeah, all of that is just it's what makes the industry so difficult right now.
Yeah, for sure. Um, it's funny because there was this AI band, um, and they came up on my Spotify like as a recommended artist, and I was
Hmm.
listening to them, and I thought they were cool, and I was looking because I still get into physical media, like I still buy
Hmm.
CDs and stuff. So
Hmm.
I was looking to see if they had any CDs available, and it turned out they weren't people. Like it was a completely created band.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. The whole entire thing was made by AI and they put it on Spotify and they were getting pushed and they actually have like hundreds of thousands of listens and they're not
Oh
a
my
real
god.
band. And
Oh
it
my
fooled me,
god.
you know?
Yeah.
It just like that's insane that that's out there now. It's a little
Yeah,
scary, you know?
it is. And you know what too? I also think what's gonna come back as well. Okay, you have AI, right, making the music for you
Yeah.
and the imaginary artists. Soon they'll do holograms, right?
Right. Sure.
So imagine a AI hologram tour.
Oh man.
You really
Yeah.
just kind of see a bunch of nothing, like just
Right. I remember the concert, the Tupac hologram concert a few
yes,
years ago,
yeah,
and I was like, I don't know if this is a good idea. You know,
yeah,
I was like, first of all, it's not really Tupac; it's just a giant hologram of him.
mm-hmm,
And second of all, where is this going to go? Like, it was just
yeah,
so strange to me that people were willing to pay money to go see a hologram of Tupac.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and from there, like, well, I think everyone or companies have realized that a hologram is extremely expensive, right?
right, sure,
So it's kind of not even, they would have to really see residuals from it if they were gonna create one. But I think they said that Tupac hologram was close to like a couple $1 million, if not more.
wow,
Yeah,
wow,
yeah. Might have been more than that, but
yeah,
yeah, imagine if they had a touring hologram and the label knows they're gonna recoup on that because kids will love it. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, the more demand for something, the lower the price. You know,
Yeah,
once you start selling it to more and more people, you don't have to charge as much for it. You know, basically, is how it,
exactly.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
VCRs used to cost $500, and now they
Right,
don't even
right.
exist anymore. You know, you could pick one up for $3 at a garage sale. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's kind of,
It's
yeah,
an antique now, it,
yeah,
it
it's
has a
hilarious.
different kind of value to it now.
Right, for sure. So, what was I? Oh, so what got you back into acting? Because you said you're doing acting, some acting again now.
Yeah.
After you moved away from it for a while, what was it that that got you back wanting to act?
Yeah. Just pretty much like we discussed with the industry being oversaturated, and if you want to stay relevant and obviously keep the income coming in, and you still want to do this, then you have to expand.
Yeah,
And for me, fortunately, I have the experience in acting. I started off that way, so for me to circle back to it, I felt like this is the right time, and I'm good at it. And again, the music industry is oversaturated, so why not multitask? And that's when I started contacting casting directors and talent agencies, and just getting my feet wet as an actress again, and memorizing new monologues, filming those monologues, going to acting school again, and just really working hard towards that part of the industry. And yeah,
yeah,
I've been cast in several films. I produced a couple of my own short films. Had a couple films picked up in the festival circuit, and just really started dabbling in that industry a lot. So and I'm glad that I did, because it's been a major success, and it's actually been helping me with the music as well.
awesome, awesome.
Yeah, yeah,
So, and speaking of diversifying, is that one of your berets that you're wearing?
yeah, yeah. It's a
Awesome.
Tams beret. Yeah. I'm in the fashion industry, or I should say merchandising industry, whatever, just selling products. And Tams has opened a new door for me as well, because of this, I've been hosting fashion shows, and I've been producing fashion shows, and I've been recruiting models and working with models, and using them as my dancers on stage, and having them be the spokesperson of the berets. And gosh, we've just done so much with the TAMs and models. We've been cross promoting with other brands and products. We've been doing photo shoots, videos, everything. Like, it's a miracle, but it's like a domino, a domino effect, because one thing happens and now all these other things are happening, and it may not be within the same lane, but it's still, things are still occurring. Opportunities
Yeah.
are arising. So yeah.
Yeah, and like you were saying with the acting, like the acting helps with the music.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean it's all still connected, and interpromotion, I mean, is so important. Like I'm
Yeah.
sure that you can play if you're producing a fashion show, I'm sure that you can use your music for the models to walk to, and then people can
That's what
hear
I've
it.
been doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been doing that, and I even made a soundtrack to Tams, and that, it's a little jingle, and I have models walk out to that too. But yeah, I have them walk to my music, and then sometimes I'll perform and the models will walk with the berets on. I feel like I'm just starting a new movement as an independent artist and opening doors for other people too. Let's all win together.
Absolutely, absolutely. I love how diverse you are, but at the same time, it all comes back to kind of the same creative source. Um, that's really cool. Like
Yeah.
I dig it, man. So,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
so
Thank
what
you.
what kind of stuff do you have going on right now? Like as far as music, do you have any new music or recent music or films or anything like that that you want to talk about?
Yeah, so music wise, we're promoting the Diva Workout, and the Diva Workout is a fitness EP where the songs are EDM mixes of mine, and we're using that to promote people in the fitness world because everyone likes to listen to, fast music and music that will keep them focused or music that motivates them to work out harder. So we're promoting the Diva Workout. Also, to I just wrapped up a series uh, called The Hodges, where I'm playing the wife to comedian Mario Hodge, and we're just shopping right now to different platforms to see where we can place it. And then with Tams, we currently have a couple of fashion shows that are in the works right now that we'll be doing here in the Bay Area. And gosh, yeah, just I have a nonprofit called the Diva Outreach that I
Awesome.
just launched. Yeah, we're almost done with the website, and it's catered to females who want to pursue a career in arts, or even if they want to you know, explore it as a hobby or just make it as a hobby, something to, again, keep them focused and to exercise their talents through art. That's what this platform is for. And we'll be producing events from there with it. Um, but yeah, the, as far as I know, that's all the stuff I have going on. I do have a
Okay.
couple shows coming up in October, as well as at the end of this month that I'll be performing at. So, things just keep going.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I wasn't aware of the Diva Project. What was it that got you wanting to do that? What was it that I mean, you've talked about everybody succeeding together. Was it sort of with that idea in mind, or?
Yeah, yeah, because and actually the idea sparked when I linked up with my fiscal sponsor, Man to Man, which is a nonprofit organization, and we produced a benefit concert event uh, earlier this year, and I was in charge of booking the artists for it, and it happened to be all female artists. It was all female lineup, but it was a mix of spoken word, singing, rapping, reading, reciting a monologue. And that really just sparked the idea for me to build a platform for females that have a passion within art and providing them a platform to do so, to do what they want, like to do what they love.
That's awesome. I I love stuff like that. Like one of the things that I like to focus on this podcast is um community. Like it
Hmm.
seems like a lot of the artists that I have on here have some sort of an outreach, whether it's a mental health thing or like you helping people focus on art
Hmm.
or
Hmm.
homelessness. Like I mean, it seems like there's always a desire to give back, and I love that. Like I think that's just
Always,
awesome. Yeah, I love that
always.
so much.
Yeah, you got to support the people that support you. And if this is the most that you can give, then give it, provide it, and people will appreciate you forever for it.
Absolutely. So where can people find you? Because we didn't throw that in there when you were talking about the stuff you've got coming up. Where can people find you on the net? And
Yeah. You guys could visit my website. It has everything. Keldamuzik.com. That's KELDAMUZIK.com. You'll hear all my latest music projects. You'll stay updated on my latest TV, film projects. Um, TAMS. You could also purchase a TAMS through the Keldamuzik website. And yeah, just everything. You could sign up on my email list on my website. It's Keldamuzik. It's a brand name.
awesome. Heck yeah. Okay, so one thing that we like to ask everybody before we wrap things
Mhm.
up. You said that when you got involved in the entertainment business, it wasn't necessarily what you wanted to do.
Mhm.
And I'm sure that you've had some other moments where maybe you were like, maybe this isn't for me. You even took some time off. And
Right.
there's obviously ups and downs, especially being an independent artist where you're
Mhm.
where you're trying to make this thing happen. What is it that keeps you creating and keeps you going and keeps you wanting to put stuff out into the world?
Um, the fact that other people embrace it and support it, and once you have, again, like once you have one person who streams your music, watches your videos, or even follows you and commends you on your work, it's kind of like you got to do it for this one person,
Yeah.
even if it is just one person. You got to do it. So yeah, that's the motivation, baby.
That's awesome. Kelda, thank you so much. This has been so fun. Our first female guest ever in the history of the Most Excellent Entertainment podcast. Um, yeah, I
Yeah,
really appreciate you doing this and taking your time out.
you got
And,
it.
awesome. So before we go, I mean, I just thanked Kelda. I'd also like to thank my producer, Tyler Martin and Emmy Studios. I want to thank everybody who's listening. We're growing, man. I feel like we're starting to hit our stride, and it's shown in the numbers on Spotify. So keep listening to us, keep checking us out, and we'll be back next week with the Most Excellent Entertainment podcast. Hey, everybody, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith. This week's episode is going to be a little bit different than usual. We are still going to touch on the entertainment industry because that's what we do here, but we're going to be discussing some sensitive issues of sexual abuse and family dynamics and things of that nature. But I think that this is a really, really important episode. And it's going to be informative, and it's going to be something that you're going to want to hear. So I would like to welcome my guest, Keeper Catran Whitney. Thank you so much for joining us.
Happy to be here, Keith. Thank you. And very good. Kudos to you on the pronunciation of the last name.
I've been working on it. I was like, I know I can say this right. I was like, yeah.
Well, you
Usually,
nailed it, my man.
usually if it's a little hard, I ask the guest before we go on to make sure I can pronounce it. But I was like, no, I got this. So
You did excellent.
awesome. Thanks. All right. So you when you were very young, you were part of a family singing group,
Yeah.
and you guys got pretty like quick popularity.
Right.
And what was that like at that age, experiencing something like that?
Experiencing something like that was pretty exciting. It was pretty chaotic. It was pretty, in many ways, it was just mind blowing. And how it all began was I grew up very poor. Okay. I went to 11 grade schools before I graduated high school. I lived in 21 different places, homeless 3 times, no place to live. And so that was a lot of my life growing up, that kind of nomad, not knowing what's coming next. In 1971, however, we could barely eat. You know, we would have to go into the streets and find bottles and turn them in and get some money, you know, to get a little bit of food for a family of 10. I'm number two of the 10, second oldest, four boys, four girls, my mother and my stepfather. And so in 71, my mother and her brother and her sister, they were singing, they were outstanding. They were really, really good. But as good as they were, they couldn't make enough money to pay a $90 a month rent. You know, we could barely keep a roof over our head. So the eight of us, me and my seven brothers and sisters, we were singing around the house. But at that time, Michael Jackson and Jackson 5, they were blowing up, dude. They were everywhere. It was ABC, Who's Loving You? I Want You Back. I mean, it was everywhere. And what little kid on the planet did not want to be a part of that group or be part of a group like them? So my mother would hear us singing around the house, right? And one day she said, would you guys like to sing? Because if a singing family, we could make more money. We're like, of course. The next thing you know, the Whitney family is born. That's my family. We were the Whitney family, and we are singing it after hour nightclubs all over Los Angeles. I mean, 12 o'clock would hit, we're in this club, we're at that club, we're in this club, we're at that club. It was it. And so my life was rehearse, sing, go to school, get up and repeat. One afternoon on a Saturday, and this is what really changed everything. We're rehearsing. And we could, you know, as I said, we are barely eating, but the phone rings. And my mother walks over to the phone and she said, hello? Who? And she looked at the eight of us and said, shh, Michael Jackson's on the phone.
Wow.
Yeah, that Michael Jackson is calling our house. She looked at the brother underneath me, child number 4, and said, he wants to talk to you. My brother grabs the phone, all excited. Hello? Uh-huh. And within a couple of minutes, hangs up the phone and screams, Michael Jackson said he's heard of us. Says, I heard and sing and dance just like him, told us to keep going. We will get there someday. Now, I ask you, what little kid, what little poor family could not build on dreams like that? Jump cut 6 years later, 1977, we are everywhere, Keith. I mean, everything we touched turned to gold. We were so popular in LA. We are with United Artists Records. We are concerts, magazines, TV shows. We're everywhere. Things couldn't get any better, or so we thought. The next thing you know, Motown calls. Now, Motown had lost Michael Jackson and Jackson 5 to Epic Records 3 years earlier, and they were about to complete their exhaustive 3-year search to replace them at Motown. Guess who they settled on?
You guys, yeah.
You got it, boss. It was us. We were about to be signed with Motown with the largest new artist contract anyone was ever offered. Larger than the Supremes, the Four Tops, the Temptations, larger than the Jackson 5 when they came out of Gary, Indiana. They had created the TV show for us already before we even signed. I have the pilot script in my office today. The bus was outside, man. The engine was running. The seats were warm. All we had to do was walk onto the bus. And this poor family of 10 who would go into the park to get government cheese and powdered milk and powdered eggs and food stamps and scour the street for bottles. Their life was about to change forever. We were about to go from abject poverty to not only famous, but wealthy. Everything Michael Jackson said to my brother was about to happen. Not only were we going to be famous, we were about to replace him. Good Lord. Man. We were so excited. I mean, that year with United Artists, we had made Billboard's Top 100 not once, not twice, but 3 times. 2 singles and an album. And we were just getting started. A week before we were to sign, in fact, a few days. We know we're going to sign on a Thursday or a Friday, okay? We're ready. This is it. Like I said, the bus was outside. We just need to step onto the bus. The
Yeah.
trajectory of our life, bam, over, done. It is a brand new day. The Saturday before we signed, my sister screams upstairs, boys, come downstairs, family meeting. This is it. We're
Yeah.
about to find out what day we're going to sign. It's either going to be Thursday, it's going to be Friday. We all come running downstairs. I'm the last child to enter. When I walk into the living room, my three youngest sisters are huddled in the corner of the couch, not saying a word.
Oh,
Now, for your listeners, let's reiterate this is a very sensitive topic. It is not going to be easy. It can be very triggering. And I'm just going to echo what Mr. Miller had to say. If you need to back up, if you find this too emotionally challenging, protect yourself at all costs. Most excellent entertainment podcasts will be here. You can come back to it. Now, my three younger sisters are sitting at the corner of the couch. They're huddled, but they are not saying a word, which was so odd because all they did was laugh and joke and tease. That's all they ever did. I mean, our family was so close. My mother had all eight of us by the time she was 24. All eight of us were born within 6 years of each other, and all we did was hang out with each other. We didn't gang bang in LA. We didn't do drugs. We did nothing. We just hung out and played with each other.
right.
But why are my three sisters in the corner of the couch not saying anything? Like I said, it's really odd. I did notice when I walked into the living room, as I passed the entryway, my oldest sister was pacing back and forth, not saying a word. Huh. Okay, but let me think. Okay, the girls were arguing earlier that day. Maybe that's what's going on. They were going in and out of bedrooms, and I could hear raised voices. Maybe there's my sister's still tripping on that. In fact, mom was with them from time to time, and you could hear her voice being raised. So I'm thinking my sister, older sister's mad at my mom, and they're just doing what they do. It's the girls. It's my mother, and my older sister, and they're always at each other. No big deal.
Right.
At the other end of the couch are my two youngest brothers, and they are like my three sisters. They're not saying a word, except they have this look of, why are people mad? What's wrong with the girls? And why aren't the three baby girls, which is what we call them, why aren't the baby girls saying anything? Okay, I'll tell you something about to happen.
Yeah.
My oldest brother is standing at the far end of the couch behind my three youngest sisters. He and I lock eyes on each other.
Yeah.
I'm about 16, he's about 17. And like I said, all we did was hang out with each other. That's all we did. And we just kind of shrugged, okay, we're about to find out what we're going to do this deal. We're about to become rich. So I take my seat between my two youngest brothers and my three youngest sisters. Within seconds, my mother and my stepfather enter the living room. Now, my stepfather is 6'6", 250 pounds. And he wore a huge afro wig that easily put his height over 7 feet tall. He was a mountain of a man, massive dude.
Yeah.
We have a brown recliner in the center of the living room, and it clashes against this violently green carpet. I mean, it didn't match, but when you spend your life getting furniture in lots or
Yeah.
off
You
the
do what you
street,
can.
absolutely, you get what you can get. You got holy mattresses. Okay, at least you got something to sleep on. You know, your furniture is all beat up. Okay, at least you're not on the floor. You might be 3 inches from it, but hey, you're sitting on something.
Right.
That was us. So he goes, my stepfather, and sits on the recliner, but then he does something really odd. He bends over and places his face in his hands like this.
Oh man.
What the hell? Is he sick?
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm thinking. Is he sick? Okay, well, cool. We're about to be rich. It's all going to be good. My mother, who's like her 8 children, bubbly, effervescent, full of life, full of energy, is stoic. In fact, there's an angry look on her face. She's this. Something's wrong. He
Right.
walks and stands in front of the plate glass window. and turns around and looks at her 8 children. But when she looks at my oldest sister, if looks could kill, both of them would be dead today. What the hell? What did I miss this morning? Okay. There are material earthquakes. I live in Southern California. We have them all the time. In fact, the past 3 weeks, we've had at least 3 earthquakes a week. The past 3 weeks.
Wow.
We have them all the time. And,
Right.
as I say, they're material in nature, meaning that they could crack a freeway or they could cause trees to be uprooted or houses to crack. Material meaning that you can get you some rebar, get you some concrete, get you some gum, get you some spit, slap, 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 nail, 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 put it back together, get back on the freeway, go back in the house, get back to mowing your lawn. Not a big deal. Emotional earthquakes, however, that's a different matter together.
Yeah.
Emotional earthquakes, you do not put back together quickly. You do not put back together completely ever, because it becomes a part of you. It's part of your DNA. It's in every cell, and you never forget.
Right.
My 3 brothers and I, because I am the author of Helplessness, the emotional health challenges brothers experience once we learn our sisters have been sexually abused by our parents, are about to be hit with 3 emotional earthquakes. We are about to hear the words no brother could ever prepare for, ever expects to hear. Earthquake number 1. My mother finally speaks. She says, your stepfather has been molesting your sisters for years.
Oh, man.
I'm a brother.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I start dropping emotionally. I am becoming emotionally paralyzed, shock and disbelief. PTSD is engulfing me. And I have no idea what PTSD at the time, but that's exactly what I was going through. I think it's very brave of you, Keith. Let me just say this at this point, to have this conversation with me, knowing that most excellent entertainment, this is not something you typically do.
Yeah.
And I think it's incredibly brave. I think it's showing a large amount of courage on your part to deviate in the way that you're doing. But from an entertainment standpoint, and I'll bet my life on it, you are an entertainer of some kind.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so we know the challenges emotionally that we go through in chasing our dreams. We know the kind of backgrounds we come from. All of us have a story, and they all are intertwined with our lives emotionally and impact everything we say, do, and wish to become. We know them. We cling to them as motivation to not only move forward, but to never be that ever again. So
Yeah.
let me just say
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, my story is honestly similar to yours without the brush with success. I
Okay.
came from a very poor background, lived in cars. My mother was a waitress. Uh, Back when waitresses made less than $1 an hour in tips, and my uncle is a relatively famous singer. He's actually pretty big in Japan. So I saw that as kind of a beacon, that I can be more than this. I never was really very successful. I've done my best. I've had some good stories and some good times, but my stepfather also molested my sister and used to beat everyone in the family, honestly, pretty badly. It's the first time I've ever talked about that on the podcast, but that was part of the reason why I felt like we should go ahead with this interview, because I do try to find people to come on who aren't just artists and don't just have that story, but also have a cause.
Mhm.
And when I found out what happened to my little sister, she's 7 years younger than me. Me getting hit in the face suddenly became the least of the issues. It didn't matter anymore.
It didn't matter.
And I didn't understand how. I didn't know. I couldn't wrap my head around it, like how this was happening right in my house. And I just didn't know. Like, I knew that my stepfather was not a good person. That was obvious. I mean, from the things that he did to us. But I don't even know how to verbalize it, but I didn't know that he was that person,
I know.
Yeah.
When you say I don't know how to verbalize it, I know. I'm a
Yeah.
brother. I've got 4 younger sisters. And me and my 3 brothers did not know.
Yeah.
Which is, before I get into the other 2 things, which is the reason why I wrote Helplessness, which is part of a 3-book series, Helplessness to Hopefulness to Happiness. I'm writing Hopefulness now to highlight the emotional challenges brothers go through when we are not allowed to participate in one of the most important, if not the most important conversation of our lives. What happens when our family is in peril? What happens when we lose our family? Because the truth of the matter is, when we hear about it, we've lost our family. Maybe not in the physical sense, but in the spiritual sense, but in the dream of what we thought our family was, all that is gone. We have lost them. And as we talk more about this, uh, the the inability to express, the inability to have the conversation, which in the beginning and for most of the time are a brother's only path to healing, because there is nothing out there for us. There's plenty out there for women and sisters that always have been. Even in 1977, there was something out there for my sisters. There were books in libraries, there were articles, there were every now and then there'd be a movie of the week, or there'd be a documentary highlighting what women are going through. You may even get a story or documentary about the predator himself. But when it comes to the brothers, we have nothing. There are no one-step programs, there are no documentaries, there's no movies of the week. There's no counseling for us. And the same thing exists today. We have nowhere to go. And so I look to elevate the voices of brothers, to bring us into a conversation where we are told you cannot have the conversation, but you are expected to answer for your non-participation, which is what me and my brothers went through with our sisters. It took 45 years for me to find the courage to speak to them. So that was earthquake number 1. My mother standing in front of us while our stepdad is bent over in a chair, hiding his damn face.
Right.
That's what my sisters were talking about that morning. It's time to tell the boys before we sign the Motown deal. It's just such a common story in entertainment. It really is. It is throughout entertainment and music. It is plays, actors, you name it, in sports. It is so common. So there's my mother dropping earthquake number 1 of 3. I don't know what to do. Then my mother drops earthquake number 2. She says, I have known all along.
Wow.
You've known what all along? The void has gotten bigger. It's gotten darker. I'm dropping faster and faster. There is nothing to arrest my descent emotionally, psychologically. I am done. This cannot be.
Yeah.
We have been singing for years, and every family that we know, everyone that knows of us in LA, every kid that we know wants to be part of our family because we are so tight. We are so together. We exhibit no issues. Even their parents, many of them said, I want to be in your family. Can y'all adopt me? It was like that for us.
Yeah.
It was just, it was beauty personified of what a family should be, especially a black family,
Right.
especially a black family. So much
Right.
so that the Republican Party of all parties called us, they wanted us to be part of their convention because they wanted us to be their inroad to the black community.
Wow.
It's like, good Lord.
Man.
They said, you guys could get us there. I'm like, gee whiz, that's how quickly things were moving for us. So
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. Like I said, I'm dropping. But as bad as those two earthquakes are, and I'm really curious as you and I talk more and more and compare our stories, because our stories, as you said, is not something that men talk about. We travel this journey in silence. You know, we don't tell anybody, and we
Yeah.
certainly don't tell another man because we know the stigma behind it. We know the shame that comes with it of not knowing. But me and my brothers had no idea. In fact, the molestation started in 1971, the year Michael Jackson called our house.
Wow.
It was going on.
No.
So here we are, thinking we have heard it all. But my oldest sister, who was still pacing back and forth across the entryway, spins around and points a bony finger at her four brothers and says, you can't talk about it. It didn't happen to you. It only happened to us girls. And like that, relationships between brothers and sisters that were so tight, so tight, they are broken on the living room floor. I have completely lost my family. Now, as
Yeah.
I said, it's 71, and even in 1977, girls could go find help. There was therapies, there were family counseling, there was individual counseling for girls and women. Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because there really shouldn't be that kind of therapy for women. Women should be able to move around freely without the threat of some man molesting them. But here we are and have been since the beginning of time. And so my sister had access or the opportunity to find someone to talk to or something to read. My brothers, absolutely none, which is why, in order for the family to heal, we have to close the loop. We have to bring the brothers into the conversation. Brothers cannot be treated as taboo or inconvenient truth because that's what we are. And so the question becomes this. When brothers go through this, no one ever asks us, are we okay?
Right.
Do you need to talk? Is there anything you need? For my brothers and I, our sister, what she did when she told us we couldn't talk about it, she essentially told us we didn't matter. Our emotions don't matter. And as I said, the people who could help us understand something told us, go away. I don't fault her. She's doing what she had to do to protect herself and protect her sister. But with helplessness, my book, we not only explore what happens, I answer the questions. And one of the great things about helplessness is my three of my sisters, so I eventually got created relationships with again. They actually contribute to the book. I
Oh,
have two
awesome.
brothers that contribute to the book, but it took 45 years to get there, and it was quite a journey. And it's all about bringing brothers into a conversation. And oftentimes, I would just say this piece here. Oftentimes, people look at me after they realize who's written the book. And it happened twice this morning in two different interviews.
Yeah.
They say to me, okay, I don't want to make any assumptions or something along these lines. I don't want to make any assumptions, but when you say brothers, and I immediately know where to go because I've heard it so many times.
Geez. Yeah.
They asked me.
Yeah.
So when you say brothers, are you talking about? I said, no, I am not talking only about black people.
Right.
No. But
Right.
why you would go there, I have no idea.
Yeah, that wasn't even crossing my mind. That's odd.
Yes, I've heard it I've heard it so many times, like I said, twice this morning. And I tell them, I said, if I were a white guy, would you even ask that question? But they didn't even cross your mind, and they say, sheepishly, no, it
Yeah,
wouldn't.
of
So
course.
why would you assign race to this?
Yeah.
Understand that this crosses race, religion, politics, social economics, wealth, education. It crosses borders, it crosses waters, it crosses into every country on the planet. Child sexual abuse. And in all of those instances, or certainly most, if not all, the brothers have nowhere to go for support. They have nowhere to go for understanding and nowhere to go to help them deal with their trauma.
Yeah.
Uh, and so
So
that's how my story began.
so I want to back things up just a little bit to where your sister said that it had nothing to do with you. Um when when I found out what happened to my sister, even before I found out what happened to my sister, stuff is a little different with me because my mom didn't know. Um
Mhm.
but my mom and my sister became very, very close. And my brother and I were sort of kept out of that relationship.
Mhm.
And we started to resent my sister. Like, why does she get all this attention? Why does, why is my mother paying so much attention to her and just kind of leaving us to fend for ourselves? And I let go of that resentment a long time ago. But my brother, I mean, I'm 50 and he's 48, and he will still bring up to this day how he feels like Amanda, that's my sister, got treated better than we did. But the thing is, I guess he can't put it into the context of what happened to her. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? I'm not happy about it, but I understand that she needed that support, but we needed something, and we had to go
Damn
find it on
straight.
our own. And
Damn
that was,
straight.
yeah.
And if you could find it at all, your brother's story reminds me of my two youngest brothers, especially my youngest, because even to this day, the denial of what happened to my sisters is what his life is all about. He is very passionate about telling me and those of us that are talking that my sisters at 5 and 6 seduced our stepfather. Like, what are you talking about? But that's trying to, I think, in many ways, deflect the fact that we did not know. And
Yeah.
that when he found out, he never did anything. And so the trauma impacts all of us very differently.
Yeah.
And it impacts not only us individually very differently, it impacts every relationship that we have with each individual member of the family differently, especially our parents.
Right. Yeah.
Because our parents, when we're children, they are our superheroes. They are the most powerful people we know on the planet. They not only house and feed and clothe us, even though at the time all of that was being taken care of by United Artists Records, which meant we had to continue singing after
Right.
all this came out because we owed them $250,000 and they invested so much. You're like, y'all not breaking up. Y'all need to pay us back. And so we had to keep going. So with all of that as just backdrop, as you said, your family didn't have that, but that just brings into a focus just how much the trauma really impacted us. But at the same time, it does continue to show, even in your case, that when you said you had nothing, your brothers had no support, there were no systems, there were no tools. In fact, they don't even exist today. So
Yeah.
I understand because you're in this anxiety, you're in this fear, you're in this crisis and all this confusion and this depression and isolation. And our sister can go somewhere. In fact, I don't know why your mother and sister became so close. It did happen with my sister after
Yeah.
it came out. They became a little closer with my mother, and I understood it because my mother's trying to make up for lost time. And when I talk about this, and I do a lot of event speaking on this subject for schools, churches, events, on trauma and whatever, there's always at least one woman who will say this to me during my talk, when I'm taking Q&A. there's always one who say, well, you know what, your sister's absolutely right. It had nothing to do with you and your brothers. You can't talk about it.
Wow.
And so I said, well, I have two things about that. First of all, it did happen to us because if it happens to one, it's happening to the entire family. We just didn't know about it. But it went a long way to explaining why certain things that we would say to our sisters and we got a reaction that didn't match.
Mm.
Like, why are you acting like that? That's not what I said. But it went a long way to explain it. The other thing is this, because oftentimes we get caught in this thing, my trauma is worse than your trauma, mine's on an 8, yours is on a 3. We're doing this unnecessary balancing of scale with trauma scale. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So when I tell the story, okay, let me give you this and see if this makes a difference for you. 6 years before my sisters were sexually abused, my older brother and I were sexually abused by our babysitter almost daily for 6 months. So I do get it. I do understand my sister's trauma. And that's when the woman will say, oh, I had no idea. I said, well, no, you didn't. But here's the thing, I shouldn't have to say that in order
Right.
for you to understand a brother's trauma. I shouldn't have to go there. But once again, I get it. Historically, what women have had to go through, my older brother has a saying, and it goes like this: men should just assume on GP, just general principle. Don't even think about them, ask about it, but just assume every woman you know, every girl you know has been sexually abused. Just
Yeah.
start right there.
Yeah.
Begin right there. And now build a relationship because chances are they have or they know someone.
Yeah.
It changes how you interact with them.
Yep. Every woman that I've ever had a romantic relationship with has been abused. That's an honest statement. Yeah, and it's mind blowing.
Mm-hmm.
So once things came out, was your stepfather removed from the home, or was he still a part of the family, if you will?
Like I said, this is a sprawling story and it
Yeah.
goes 4 decades, and he is involved in a lot of the 4 decades. So immediately, in the immediate aftermath of hearing what we heard, and as I said, my sister's demand to us brothers did more damage to us than the first two because we were told we were irrelevant.
Yeah.
Don't come to us. And so we were put in a box, shoved in a closet, lock the door forever. Do not do anything. Do not say anything. So in the immediate aftermath of that, my mother and stepfather, one of the reasons why they came in after everyone else is because they had concocted a plan of escape. Immediately after my mother said what she said, my stepfather faked a heart attack. And my mother got all emotional. Oh, no, no, no. He's having a heart attack. I got to get him out of here. So they immediately left the room and went upstairs. And within 5 minutes, they were out the front door. Me and my brothers and sisters did not have an opportunity to ask one question.
Wow.
My sisters already knew because they had been living this for 6 years. So their processing had been ongoing. Their emotional regulation behind all of it was already in place. They knew the tools they needed in order to survive from day to day, to go to school, to play with their friends, to interact with everyone, to be on stage with all 10 of us, including him who's playing bass. They have already figured out how to survive day to day. Now, me and my brothers we have nothing.
Right.
So they get out of the house. And on her way out, she says, I will handle this. I will make this right. I will handle this. So he's gone. And we're figuring, okay, at least she's doing something. In fact, my sister told me later, our immediate thought, at least mom did something for us. We can try to build from there, but there's a lot to go through. But at least we're still together. We can still try to figure this out.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, he's back. She brought him back. A couple of my sisters were already gone. And as I said, we owed $250,000 to United Artists in 1977, which is worth maybe $1 million, $2 million today to do an
Sure.
album. You know, and everything on all that they invested. So we owed a lot of money. So we had to keep singing whether we wanted to or not and navigate our sisters and those that were still in the house. So my brothers and I, okay, at least we can be here if something happens. And so every now and then we'd have, you know, a holiday or a picnic, but we would still hear the, how come you didn't see my tears? How come you didn't hear my weeping? Well, we're not supposed to know.
Right.
You know this story. The whole idea is not to tell the brothers, because if you tell your brother, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you, or I'm going to hurt them, or I'm going to kill them. That was my stepfather. My mother was, if you do that, we're going to be poor the rest of our lives. You'll never have that car. You'll never have those clothes. You'll never have that money. You have to be quiet. So no one said anything to us boys. One of the problems for me and my brothers, and it's usually the problem for all brothers, is we are considered guilty by gender proximity.
Yeah.
Because what's between the predator's legs is what's between our legs. So whether we know it or not, or whether our sisters know it or not, or whether women know it or not, there is that dynamic that comes into play, that gender proximity guilt. And it's hard to get past that. So he did leave, he did come back. And how do you deal with this?
Right.
Especially for me and my brothers, who were constantly being told by our sisters, don't do anything, because they didn't want anyone to know. Because they knew if we said something, all their friends would know, their girlfriends would know, their boyfriends would know, their cousins, their aunt, their grandparents, everyone would know. And they did not want that. So they are held captive by the same trauma that in some ways they're handing to their brothers. Don't say anything. Leave it to us. So we are all trapped.
Yeah.
And it is a cycle that is so hard to bust through. And as I said, brothers need something. You know, I hear your story and your brother's story. The need for someplace for us to go, for someone to talk to, never stops. You know,
Yeah.
my father-in-law is an example of that. And so, you know, maybe I will tell you his story, because it
Sure.
really brings into sharp relief that this is not just a black thing. Okay. Um, my father-in-law, who I absolutely love, absolutely love, I would never have thought my biological father, my stepfather, is not my father. It is my stepfather and rather my father-in-law of 38 years, or rather 35, because he passed away about 3 years ago. He's white. He's Jewish. He grew up in New York. He grew up in a middle class family. He had a great education. Me, you know, I'm poor. I got nothing. I'm on the street. I'm scrounging for food. I fell in love with his daughter, and more importantly, his daughter fell in love with the drummer of all people. And so we've been married. And so
Yeah.
our relationship grows. And he knows a little bit about my family story. He knew just a little bit. 3 years before he passed away, he was 95 years old. And he calls me and he says, I want you to come to the house. I want to talk to you. Okay, Dad, I'm on the way. I'll be over there in about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I get to the house, Keith, and I immediately recognize my mother-in-law is not there, which was very odd because they were together all the time. I mean,
Right.
they were in lockstep about everything, but she's not there. So he says, sit down here at the dining room table. So I walk in and sit at the dining room table. Hey, Dad, is everything okay? And he said, yeah. He says, I want to talk to you. Okay.
Right.
But his hand is on a book. And he starts patting the book. And I look down, oh shit, that's my book. He must not
Right.
like something about the book. He must be upset about something. What can it be? It's my story. It's not his story. He's not in it. No one in his family's in it. But he says, I want to talk to you. Okay, Dad. So, I shift my seat
Right.
and I sit back And he says something most unexpected. He says, I want you to know I understand. What? And then he says, you cannot tell this story to anyone until after I pass away. He
Oh, wow.
passed away 3 years ago. He's 95 and he's telling me this. You understand what? And he just kept patting the book. Understand.
Yeah.
And then he starts to cry. Tears start falling from his face. I'm like, are you okay? He said, I want you to know I understand. I'm going to tell you something. As I said, I never told anyone. The only person I've ever told was your mother-in-law, my wife. I never told my daughters, your wife. I didn't tell them this story. So I sit back. He proceeds. When I was about 16 or 17 years old, we lived in a two-story apartment in New York. We were downstairs. Our best friends and their family were upstairs. We were so close, we never locked our doors. We went in and out of each other's apartment all day, all night, no matter what. That's how close we were. It was great. One day, my mother or my dad, I don't remember, sent me upstairs to get something. So I got up, went upstairs, went in the apartment. I don't see anything. I don't see anybody. Okay. But then I hear a noise coming from one of the bedrooms. So I'm thinking, okay, the person's in there. I need to go in there. I open the door, and the father is on top of my sister. He's molesting my sister. He looks at me and he said, I just stood there. I turned around after a few seconds and I went back downstairs and I didn't say a word. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell anyone. My sister came downstairs. We looked at each other because she saw me, but we didn't talk. We never talked about it.
Wow.
And he's just in full on tears. And then he said, it happened again 2 months later. What? And then he just starts patting the book. I understand. I want you to know I understand. That told me how big this is. Because my father-in-law, he's 95 years old. He's white, he's Jewish. We are diametrically opposed on so many things, even though we come together almost like father and son.
Yeah.
That's how close we had become. But he didn't have to say anything to me. Not at 95. He knows he's dying. But what
Right.
you got here is a 95-year-old man still in pain. He's still in trauma.
Yep.
He wants someone to hear him. He wants someone to talk to say it's okay. To say it's okay. It's okay. And I noticed he did not go to my white Jewish brother-in-law. He did not go to my white Greek Catholic brother-in-law to tell the story. He tells me.
Yeah.
His black son-in-law. And the reason why that is because the connection of the story, like you and I, Keith, the connection is there. We understand each other.
Yeah.
We know the pain that we have been carrying in silence by not talking. As you said, this is your first time talking about it on your podcast.
Yeah.
And so my father-in-law is hurting, but my book gave him permission to tell me what is going on so I could tell the story later for him. Because why? He didn't want the shame.
Yeah.
He didn't want the stick, but he didn't want his daughters coming to him. He didn't want his grandkids coming to him and saying, Grandpa, how come you didn't say anything? How come you didn't? He didn't want that. And that's a part of it. He's a man, very successful businessman, and yet he's afraid of what others are going to say. And that's part of what others go through.
Yeah.
Because are we going to talk to another man about this?
No.
in a toxic masculinity environment,
Yeah.
what's the
No.
guy going to do? Oh, dude, why did you do that? I would have done this. I would have done that. And so
Right. Right.
even though things have gotten a lot better today, and you've got more and more celebrity men talking about their sexual abuse, and it's making it easier for people to live through them. We still don't talk about it amongst each other. In fact, me and my brothers did not talk about it amongst ourselves for 45 years.
Yeah. I don't think my brother and I have ever talked about it, to be completely honest.
Oh, is that right? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. We've never talked about what happened to my sister. We've talked about what happened to us, the physical abuse, but we've
Mhm.
never
Oh,
talked
we
about what
had
happened to
plenty
my
of
sister.
physical abuse from my stepfather
Yeah.
and my mother. We had plenty of that as well.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting where you guys could easily talk about the physical abuse. So could we.
Yeah.
We could talk about the spankings. We could talk about all the beatings. We could talk about being strapped down to an ottoman and my stepdad just wailing on us and doing all sorts of things. Or one night because we didn't do the dishes, the blankets come flying off in the middle of the night and my mother's just whacking with a switch. We could talk about that
Yeah.
all day. We will share
Yeah.
that all day because that's so much more of a common story,
Yeah.
not just in America, but in every country. Every family goes through that. But what we don't talk about, even on Thanksgiving, what are the rules? Don't talk politics, don't talk religion, don't talk about who's having an affair.
Yeah.
And yet they come up anyway, right?
Right. Of course. Yeah.
But this, no one talks about.
Yeah. I mean, even okay, so when the whole Me Too thing was happening, um, I finally wrote a post about the sexual abuse that I had been through, which to me, it was hard to even think about it as sexual abuse. Um, I just couldn't even wrap my head around the fact that I was actually abused. And then my mom, but being punched in the face, I was being punched in the face. You know what I mean? That was obvious.
Sure.
But my mom wrote on my post, I wish you had told me about this. I would have helped you like I did your sister. And there wasn't even like, I felt like oh, geez, I don't want to say this without, I don't want to come off like a bad person because I feel like when I say what I felt, I may come off like a bad person. But
Dude, hold on.
okay,
You are not coming off as a bad person. You are speaking your truth. You are speaking, no matter what you say, it may irritate someone. Some things I say
yeah,
may irritate someone in the family, but I have to say what I need to say for my emotional well-being.
sure,
So it's not a matter of saying something bad. It's just you speaking your
yeah,
truth. And at the end of the day, the person, whoever is hearing it, they're being informed about something they didn't know about. And so you can go forward with a deeper conversation.
yeah, yeah. All right, so and this is something that I never said out loud either. I just ignored her comment. I
Hmm.
felt like she took what happened to me and used it to make herself look better and turned it towards my sister. Turned the attention back to my sister and also made herself look like if I had only known, I would have done something. Um, Tried to kind of elevate herself a little bit with that comment. Um,
That
and it
comment
hurt me,
is what I have
I
found.
mean,
Yeah, because it means you have now taken my trauma, my pain, switched it around so it becomes your pain.
yep,
She said, it's now my pain. No,
yeah,
we aren't talking about you. You were talking about you, but that's a deflection. That's a protective mechanism. Absolutely.
yeah, yeah. So I just, like I said, I didn't know how to react. A lot of other people thanked me for it and, talked about how it wasn't something that got mentioned enough. And people reinforced the idea that I was abused. Which to this day I still have a little bit of a hard time, like, because it just doesn't. It So the person who did the majority of my abusing was a babysitter who was 14, 15, and I was like between 8 and 10, and he ended up growing up and becoming gay. So not become, but you know what I mean, coming out as gay.
Right.
And so to me, I look at it like he was just a confused kid and he didn't really understand what he was doing. But I was a child, you know,
You
even
were
if
a child.
he was a teenager, but I was a, a, a baby almost, you know, and but it's hard for me to comprehend that. I've seen him since and we're just like, hey, how you doing? You know, we don't even like, we're
I
friendly.
I I so understand your comment. I did not recognize it for what it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't until 10 years ago when I'm talking to my wife, because I did not recognize what my babysitter was doing to me until I was 55 years old, 10 years ago. I'm talking to my
Right.
wife about a section in the book that I'm having a lot of problems with. I'm like, this is emotionally heavy. I mean, the book is emotionally heavy and it can be very dark, but I'm having a hard time. And so we're in bed and I'm telling her about it. And she says to me, she turns and looks, you know, you're a victim. And I said,
Yep.
no, I'm not. What are you talking about? Of course you're a victim. No, I'm not. I'm just sharing about this part of the book of what has given me trouble. And she said, look at you. You're a mess. You're sweaty. You're shaky. Of course you're a victim. All you boys are victims.
Yeah.
I did not know until that moment, until she said it. In fact, I still didn't believe her. I did not believe what my babysitter was doing to me with sexual abuse. So the next day when I got up, I got on the computer, hopped on Google, and I typed in, I forget exactly, something to the effect that being forced to watch a woman masturbate in front of you while she's forcing you to do things to her
Sure.
and she do things to you. Is that child sexual abuse? One, about four things down. Yes. What? All that time, I
Yeah.
did not recognize what it was for 50 years
Yeah.
because I don't know that it was because I was a man, and it very easily could have been. You know, I didn't want to admit it.
Right.
It's not something that we talk about a lot. You know, you and I are having this conversation, and since March, I have been booked for 150 interviews because more and more people want me to talk about it from a brother's perspective. They never heard of it. Like, what? I never even considered what brothers go through.
Yeah.
And so you and I sitting here having this very candid, open conversation, two guys who are meeting for the very first time.
Yep.
Uh, we find that we have, this is crazy. We find that our childhoods have so many things in common. I'm just tripping when you talked
Yeah.
about the babysitter. Granted, uh, 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 it was a young man, but it's still the babysitter. I'm thinking you're going to tell me someone else, but I'm like,
Oh,
I was a babysitter.
yeah.
My sister, it wasn't a stepdad. Uh, your mom didn't know, but at some point when she found out, she started treating your sister with a little more favor compared to you and your brother. Your
Yeah.
brother's having difficulties with it. My two brothers are still having difficulties with it. We are going through the same thing.
Yeah.
And we've just been so quiet about it. We haven't told anyone. It's like my father in law. We have got to bring guys into the conversation. I have spoken to hundreds of men, Keith, who have told me, dude, I don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
My sister won't talk to me. How I got on the book, I went down to San Diego to and a Lisa Nichols. She's a very popular motivational speaker and all this sort of stuff. And she was having a weekend event on how to write a book in 20 minutes. I decided to go down there. At the time, I was really big in network marketing. There's companies like Mary Kay and Avon, stuff like that. I was really
Sure.
big in that. And so I figured I'm going to go down there and write a book on how to get that industry to get more youthful because they're just so friggin' old. And so I'm going down there to write this book. And so I'm called on stage to talk about my book I want to write for network marketing. I'm standing up in front of a room of 600 people, some another 5,000 people online. And I start being pulled in a different direction. I know the book I have always wanted to write, Helplessness, because I think my family story could help people as opposed to ending in tragedy. It will be meant to help. And I'm not going to let it be anything else, but my story is not going to end like so many millions over the history of man on a dunghill no one knows anything about, children suffering. So I'm standing up in front of this audience and helplessness spills out. And the room is quiet. And next thing I'm hearing, and I'm looking at the people and wiping their eyes. And so Lisa's like, oh my gosh, what? Oh my goodness. So I go back to my seat, and next thing I'm swamped by so many women, Keith. It was like, oh, I can't handle it. And they're saying, I should have told my brother, I should have spoken to my brother. He should have read your book. You've got to finish this book. My brother has to read it. And I'm like, it's too much, it's too much, it's too much. So I get up and I leave the room. I close the double doors and I'm standing in the hallway of this conference room or this hotel. And I'm hyperventilating. I wasn't ready for that. And then the double doors burst open and more women pour out.
Wow.
They're surrounding me. And more are talking about, you need to finish this book. But it was 3 different women to talk there just how dark this can go. Because oftentimes we speak in many ways about the challenges of mental health.
Yeah.
And I don't think our challenges are mental health in origin. I think we get there. But there's always something that happens first. What happens first is we have an emotional trauma.
Yeah.
We learn about our sisters, we've been sexually abused, and we don't know what to do. It's emotional. We don't know how to handle it. And if we can't get the support we need, we go to the next logical place, which is mental. You see, emotional health is feelings, it's shared experience, it's community helping each other. But who wants to help someone who's been sexually abused? What community wants to do that? Because you have to admit your community has a problem.
Right.
You have to admit your family has a problem, and who wants to do that?
Right.
Government shut it down, cities, everyone shuts it down. But mental health, we've got a remedy for that. So when you can't get your emotional health support, like you and I, your brother and my brother, we go to the mental health. And mental health is alone. You're isolated. It's logic thinking. And that's when people tell you have a mental health issue. We're going to put you over there. We're going to write a prescription. We're going to give you some medication. You're going to go through all this because we want nothing to do with you. We don't want anyone to know our community has failed you. No one wants to do that.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, how do you put a dollar figure on emotional health? You can write a pill for mental health, which means you now have a cottage industry that does nothing but that. They give you pills. Right. They give you counseling. So we go dark in the mental health space, and I went very dark 9 years after I learned. I gave my stepfather 24 hours to get out, or I was going to kill him because I had no other place to go.
Yeah.
You see, I had to give my sisters something. I had to be the brother they always wanted. I had to be the brother to step up because I was also failing me. And I'm curious to know what your thoughts are about this. When we can't do what we want to do, and we're brothers, we feel anger and we feel like we're betraying them, and our self-esteem and our self-worth is taking a hit.
Yeah.
We've got to do something.
I mean, yeah. No, I was just gonna say, honestly, like I became a very logical person. I kind of shut down emotions in general.
Yeah.
And until occasionally they would rise up and there wouldn't be anything I could do. I had, what they would consider to be anger issues, I suppose, and they would surface at the oddest times. Things would just trigger me that I wouldn't even understand why I got so angry. And even through counseling, like, okay, so my perspective of people became, you're suspicious of everyone until they prove that you can trust them. And I went through counseling and they tried to help me reverse that thinking, but it's just such an ingrained part of who I am.
Because they're coming at it from a mental health standpoint
Yeah,
when the challenge
exactly.
is
It's
emotional.
healing me. Right. Right.
Yes,
I need to
it's
be,
like you guys have
yeah,
it wrong.
yeah, yeah. I've
Yeah, because you're
always,
trying to regulate your emotions. And dude, I'm so with you. The flashbacks, the trigger, there are
yeah,
certain songs that just trigger me. I might see a commercial and I see a little girl with her brother. I'm like, oh, that's like,
yeah,
and I'm crying. The song that gets me every single time, and there are a few, but there's one song that never fails.
yeah.
Gladys Knight and the Pips, Midnight Train to Georgia.
Okay.
Going back to a simpler time.
Yeah,
We are
right,
trying to get back to the time before we learned of everything or
right.
experienced everything, when everything just seems so wonderful. Everything, the family is just so perfect, you know. And that song wrecks me every time because I know there were things I would have, could have, and should have done,
Yeah,
but took me years to do it because my mother said she would handle it. And my failings as a brother, it's all in the book. What I would have, could have, and shouldn't and should have done. It's all there.
yeah,
Because from my brother's perspective, I have to tell the real story of who I am in the process. And I
yeah,
think what we do, and as you and I are experiencing here together, talking about this, we realize that we are brothers.
absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
you and I are brothers, as are so many men, and yet you and I are able to have the conversation and be truthful and open about it. The the therapy comes in the conversation.
Yeah,
There are a couple of things that have to happen when you go to healing, and I'm for me, I always think it comes with acceptance. Accepting that what happened to you, or more importantly, accepting that you are a victim, that you are a survivor. Because once you can understand I'm a victim, then you can move into the understanding of I'm a survivor. Because if
yeah,
you can get through that, you are surviving. So you and I are survivors, as are millions of men. With that acceptance means we can now go forward in terms of finding solutions for us. But that has to be first.
yeah,
And then the next thing is the hardest part, and that is finding someone we can talk to,
yeah,
someone who will not judge us.
yeah.
Because, I could go talk to my brothers, which I was so afraid to, simply because my sister said they didn't want us talking. But I was always afraid if I talked to my brothers, and I'm sure the same thing came out when I talked to my older brother. It was, dude, if I had known, I would have done this. Dude, if I had known, I
Right,
would have done that. The fact of the matter is, you don't know what you would have done. And girls coming at my sister, girl, if I would have done this, girl, if I would have done that, it's like it's all noise.
right, right, right.
We just need someone to talk to, and you, you exhibiting so much courage to talk about it. For me, once I started talking about it, it became liberating.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like, okay, it's out there. It's out there. Now you put something in your post about your experience, but the experience with your sister, but just talking about it is empowering.
yeah, yeah,
And it really helps men turn around the toxic masculinity, the things that we deal with, that I think for the most part, society has set up for us to occupy that space.
yeah,
Oh, little boys can't cry, don't show any emotion. You can't be vulnerable, especially around other men. That's toxic. And we set that up,
yeah.
So I'm really curious for you, how were you able to self regulate your emotions?
Man, well, I do want to say just a little bit about what you said about talking about things. One of the one of the biggest things that helped me once I finally did start to talk about stuff was the acceptance. I didn't expect to be accepted. I expected people to tell me to shut up.
Yes.
When that didn't happen, that helped. That helped a lot. Um, as far as regulating my emotions, man, I went through panic attacks, OCD, all kinds of things. To be completely honest, I'm on medicine now that kind of dulls me down a little bit, which
Hmm.
I don't necessarily enjoy, but it's helped me focus my life a little more.
Hmm.
Because I was not the most focused person before I got the medicine. And unfortunately, that's what ended up helping me. All the
Hmm.
counseling, all the talking, all the exercises, all the research, all the letting it out and keeping it in, none of it really helped. So I'm on a low dose citalopram,
Hmm.
and that's what it was, you know.
Well, we're
Um,
all different, but the main thing is that you explored all those first.
I did, I did.
You know,
I didn't even
for
get on
me,
medicine until I was in my 30s. So it took,
yes,
yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah,
and I didn't get on it regularly until I was in my 40s. So I mean, I really tried everything I could, you know, before.
yeah. For me, what helped was when I started writing helplessness. I
Yeah,
knew I was going to have to tell my sisters because I don't want them to be caught off guard that I'm telling the story from a brother's perspective. It's my story, even though, it encompasses things that they went through. I know
right.
names are changed and all that stuff, but I knew I was going to have to tell them. And I was so afraid because you can't talk to anyone about it. It didn't happen to you. So,
Yeah,
but I knew it had to be done.
yeah,
So I called my second sister and said, look, I want to talk to you. I want to write a book about what we went through from a brother's perspective, but I want to tell you how I'm going about it. And she said, okay, come on over. So I went to her house and we're standing out in front of her garage outside and start telling her about it. And I'm waiting for all hell to break loose. How dare you write this book? It didn't happen to you boys, blah, 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 blah. Even though it's the old sister that said that, I'm still waiting for this. And I'm a mess.
yeah,
And she looked at me and she said something so unexpected. Of course, you boys should write a book. Of course, you should write it. It's your story. It's not a girl's story. It's your story. Of course, you should write it. Time, enough time went by that she started to see this from a different lens. Her perspective
yeah,
became different. Some tolerance and grace and understanding about what her brothers, even though she didn't know what we were going through, but enough time came through her later life experience to say, not everything's black and white. There's a lot of gray in everything.
yeah.
So she showed me nothing but grace and love. I called one of the twins, and she said the same thing. But I knew I had to speak to the sister, my oldest sister, who said you can't talk about it. So
Yeah.
the next day, I'm at the house, and I'm thinking, okay, I got to do this. Buck up, dude. Do what you got to do. You cannot go forward with this book without it. So I called her, and then I set the phone down. I
Oh wow.
disconnected. I
Yeah.
did that for an hour because something more important came up. I had to wash the dishes. I had to dry the clothes.
Right.
I had to
Right.
go outside and watch paint dry. Something,
Yeah.
I had to do something other than that.
Have that conversation.
That
Yeah.
because there's nothing there but fear. I'm so
Yeah.
scared. So the next day, I finally do. You're already prepared for her to scream you down. It can't get any worse than that. Are you
Right.
okay with that? Yeah. Okay, then do your damn job.
Right.
So I picked up the phone and I told her what I was going to do. Silence. I'm like, oh shit,
Yeah.
here it comes. She's winding up.
Yeah.
And then she said, okay, okay. What do you
Nothing
mean,
else.
okay? For
Yeah.
45 years, after all this, you you're just going to say, okay, he said, yeah, I think you could, I think that's okay. I think our story can help other people. I waited 45 years before approaching my sister.
Yeah.
45 wasted years. Now, there was definitely going to be a lot of blowback if I had done it much earlier. There's no question about it.
Sure.
But I needed to have the conversation, and that's the hardest part. Having that conversation with my sister. And that's when the things that were holding me back emotionally,
Yeah.
they disappeared. I'm like, I'm good. I am standing in my space. I own my space. I am strong. And then in 2001, I confronted my stepfather one last time and
Yeah.
brought my sister's closure. So, yeah, it was good.
Yeah. So I did want to ask you something that is a little divergent from what we've been talking about, but
Sure.
it's interesting to me. While I was researching your story,
Mm-hmm.
I found your sister's website,
Mm-hmm.
and it seems like she's still involved in the entertainment business, and she
Yep.
definitely celebrates your guys' musical history. Um, and I was just wondering what that's like for you. I mean, how does that?
Oh, I
Um,
think it's great that she has continued to keep going. She's the only one who's continued to keep going. In fact,
right,
she's
that's
head
what
of the
I thought. Yeah,
musicians union in Albuquerque. She's head
awesome,
of the musician. Yeah, so she loves it. She does more jazz now than anything else. But we are very, very proud of her. She's done
awesome,
very, very well, and I have great relationships with three of my four sisters
awesome,
today.
awesome. Yeah,
We're in a constant text chain all day, every day, jokes going back and forth every day. And I could not have imagined that, say,
yeah,
10 years ago.
right, right.
And
Yeah,
so
see,
she's
that's
doing her thing.
sorry, I was just like looking back on your musical legacy and then what was happening at the time. Like I don't know, when I was reading over the website, like I said, it's very much about your accomplishments and things like that. Do you still look on those accomplishments with pride, or is it hard to
Absolutely.
reconcile that? Okay, awesome.
No,
Good.
what's hard to reconcile, I look at it without question, without pride, because we had a great time, even in the midst of all of that. But
Yeah,
what's hard to reconcile is what we could have been,
right.
you know, what we were destined to be, or so I thought destined to be. But what really brings that back into focus is this. Let's say we did go on to be amazing and become extremely famous. What would you know about me today? We would have been part of a VH1 Behind the Music story.
Sure.
We would be a MTV documentary. We'd be an
Yeah.
HBO show, which, by the way, my book screenplay has been written right now by a studio in Hollywood because they want to bring it. They think it's an amazing story that could help. But what people would know about us is all the dark that happened through some behind the music thing, which
Yeah.
means we could never escape it. Our children would know, our grandchildren would grow up knowing all this, and it would be a part of them. So I'm grateful for my sister in that sense that she stopped that from happening. So that's the only thing that's what's not the only thing. It's one of the things that helps me reconcile what we what we could have been. I'm not going to say lost because
Yeah.
I used to think the 10 of us were brought together when we were riding high that we're going to do great music and bring the world great music. I used to think that's what we were brought together for. Not anymore. In
Yeah.
a really kind of macabre, weird way, I believe now we were brought together, the 10 of us, to experience all of that. As horrific as it was, exciting as it was from time to time, so that I could tell this story,
Yeah.
so that my sisters could be a part of telling this story to help other families. Because if we had done the music and kept going, this story wouldn't be able to touch people. You and I, probably would never have met.
Right.
And so my family's story, the legacy is now helping other families live through us, helping other men live through my story as a brother, helping other sisters live through my sisters. Hopefully, if they read the book and say, you know, I need to talk to my brother because now listening or reading about his sisters empowers me to talk to my brother because I used to think he didn't care. I used to
Yeah.
think he was just nonchalant. It's just that he didn't have space to talk. I never gave him space to talk,
Right.
to share his pain. They know all about mine, but I never thought about the brothers.
Yeah. Well, I think both of us had a little bit of hesitation going into this just because of the types of interviews that I usually do in the nature of this podcast. But I am so glad that we sat down together. Thank you for
Yeah,
doing this. And
so am I. After reading about you and reading about your podcast, I wasn't sure
yeah,
that this story, my participation would be the kind of thing that you would typically benefit from. But obviously, both of us have benefited in a multitude of ways.
absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah,
you've got the entertainment part, and you've got the other parts, and as I said, we are brothers on this same journey, and so we can help
absolutely.
other men. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, I'm a little emotional to be completely honest, but just if you could let people know where they can find your book, where they can find you, that kind of thing, go right on ahead.
All right, I will help you out. I will throw
All
you a
right, thank you.
lifeline.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's all good, bro.
Yeah,
People, like I said, the name of my book is Helplessness: The Emotional Health Challenges Brothers Experience Once We Learn Our Sisters Have Been Sexually Abused by Our Parents. Let me say thanks for taking the time to listen. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to be a part of your life and your space through this conversation. You can get the book on Amazon. You can get it at my website, keepercatranwhitney.com, which there are trailers, there are featurettes, there are downloads, there are chapter readings, there are free chapter downloads. You can find resources on support systems for you. And if you want to reach me directly, you can send an email to keeper.cw .author.com, keepercw.author.com,
gotcha.
keepercw.author.com. And uh, I speak all the time, and I will share this story with anyone. We just want to help, and
Absolutely.
Keith's sharing his story. He's now part of the mission, so it's all good.
I'm proud. Thank you so much. I'm really proud of this podcast, honestly. I want to thank my producer Tyler and Emmy Studios for not just giving me the green light on doing this, but really encouraging me to do it and telling me how important it was that we do this interview. Keeper, thank you so much. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed this podcast. I hope you got something out of it, and be sure to tune in next week for the most excellent entertainment podcast.